Welcome back, and if this is your first time here, you're in the right place. This is a Scary Stories channel, and tonight's video features long ghosts and haunted places stories told calmly for sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like, subscribe, and comment where you're listening from. Get comfortable. Story 1. There's a child who keeps running through my hallway, but I don't have neighbors. The house wasn't supposed to feel like this. It was meant to be my sanctuary. After the divorce, the noise of the city apartment, the sirens, the arguing neighbors, the constant thump of bass from the club downstairs had frayed my nerves to raw wire. I needed silence, real silence, space to breathe, to think, to maybe finally finish the novel I'd been outlining for years. That's why I jumped on the listing for the old Miller place out on Hemlock Road. Cheap. Too cheap, my lawyer friend Sarah had warned me over lukewarm coffee. Places don't rent for half the market rate unless there's a reason, Maya. Mold, foundation issues, bad water. But the photos showed a sturdy, if slightly weathered, 2-story farmhouse on 5 acres of overgrown field and skeletal woods. The description promised peaceful isolation and room to roam. The owner, a reclusive elderly man named Mr. Armitage, communicated only through terse emails. He'd met me once, keys in hand, on a gray October afternoon. He'd barely looked me in the eye, his skin papery and stretched tight over sharp bones, his breath smelling faintly of camphor and damp earth. "Front door sticks when it rains," he'd rasped, thrusting the heavy brass key into my palm. "Well's dry. Use the cistern out back for washing. Don't go in the root cellar. Door's rotted shut anyway. Rent's due first of the month. Cash." He'd driven off in a dented pickup before I could ask about the well being dry or why the cistern water was only for washing. The silence after his truck disappeared down the gravel road was profound. No traffic hum, no distant voices, just the sigh of wind through the tall, dry grass and the creak of the porch swing hanging by one rusted chain. It felt like the edge of the world. It felt like exactly what I needed. Moving in was a blur of cardboard boxes and dust. The house smelled of old wood, neglect, and something else beneath it. A faint, sweetish scent, like forgotten apples left to rot in a cool basement. The floors were wide, scarred pine planks, uneven underfoot. The windows were small and deep-set, making the rooms feel perpetually dim, even at noon. My bedroom was at the end of the second-floor hallway, overlooking the tangled woods. The master bedroom at the front felt too big, too empty, too full of ghosts of the previous life I was trying to outrun. I chose the smaller room, cozier, safer. The first night, the silence was almost unnerving. No streetlights bled through the curtains, no headlights swept across the ceiling, just absolute velvety blackness. When I turned off the lamp, I lay there listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the old house settling, the groan of timbers, the tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of wind in the eaves. It was peaceful, utterly peaceful, until 3:17 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. It wasn't loud. Not at first. It was the sound of bare feet slapping quickly, rhythmically on the wooden hallway floor outside my bedroom door. A child's run. Light, fast, purposeful. It started near the top of the stairs, sprinted past my closed door, the sound growing louder, clearer as it neared, then fading rapidly as it reached the end of the hall, near the boarded-up doorway that led to what Mr. Armitage had called the old nursery. Then silence. Sharp, sudden silence. I lay frozen, heart hammering against my ribs. Kids? But Mr. Armitage had been emphatic. Nearest neighbor's a mile down the road, old Henderson Place, and he's deaf as a post. You'll have the place to yourself. I'd checked the property lines myself. Nothing but fields and woods in every direction. Coyotes? Too rhythmic? Too human? Raccoons in the walls? This was the hallway, solid wood floor. I told myself it was the house. Old pipes expanding, floorboards shifting with the temperature drop. My own exhaustion playing tricks. I pulled the thin blanket tighter, listening intently. Only the wind answered. I drifted back to sleep an hour later, convincing myself it was a dream. It happened again the next night. 3:14 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. Faster this time, closer to my door. I held my breath, straining to hear. No pause, no hesitation. Just that relentless, light-footed sprint down the hall, stopping abruptly at the far end. This time, I heard a faint sound underneath the footsteps. A soft, breathy giggle. High-pitched, childlike. My skin prickled. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, the lumpen shape of my suitcase in the corner. I crept to the door, pressed my ear against the cool wood. Silence. I cracked it open an inch. The hallway was pitch black, thick with shadows. The air was noticeably colder out there than in my room. I shone the light down the hall. Nothing. Just the peeling wallpaper, the closed doors of the other bedrooms, the dark rectangle of the stairs descending into gloom. I knelt, sweeping the beam across the floorboards. Near my door, the dust was disturbed, not smudged. Clear, small footprints, bare feet, tiny, pointed towards the end of the hall, towards the boarded-up nursery door. My breath hitched. I backed into my room, locked the flimsy knob lock, a pathetic barrier, and spent the rest of the night propped against the headboard with the light on, jumping at every creak. The rationalization started crumbling. It wasn't the house. It wasn't animals. It was a child running. Every night, around 3 a.m., the time itself became a dread-filled countdown. I'd lie awake after midnight, tension coiling in my stomach, listening to the ordinary sounds of the night slowly fade, waiting for that first sharp thump that signaled the run. I started researching. Between unpacking boxes and forcing myself to write a few sentences a day, I drove the 10 miles to the county records office. The Miller Place, built in 1898, owned by the Miller family until 1952. The clerk, a bored teenager chewing gum, pulled a microfiche from me. Grainy newspaper scans. A small article, 1923. Local tragedy. Young Thomas Miller, 6, drowns in cistern. My blood ran cold. The cistern, out back. The one Mr. Armitage said was for washing. The article was brief, formal. Thomas had been playing near the uncovered cistern while his mother tended the garden. He'd fallen in. They hadn't found him until dusk. The cistern was deep, lined with rough stone. The water was icy, even in summer. The coroner noted drowning due to accidental fall. No mention of neglect, just a terrible, ordinary accident. I stared at the faded photo of the stern-faced Miller parent standing beside a small coffin. Thomas had dark, curly hair, a gap-toothed smile. He looked like a happy kid. My hand shook as I copied the details. The date of death, October 17th, 1923. Almost exactly 100 years ago. The timing felt like a coincidence I couldn't ignore. That night, the run started at 3:01 a.m. Thump, 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 thump. Faster, harder. The giggling was clearer this time. Not joyful. It held a note of breathless panic, and right outside my door, the footsteps stopped. Dead stop. Silence. Heavy, waiting silence. I froze, the blanket pulled up to my chin, eyes wide in the dark. The doorknob rattled, gently at first, then with more force. Click, click, click. The cheap lock held, but the wood around it groaned. A small voice, thin and wet-sounding, like someone talking underwater, seeped through the keyhole. Open. Door. Cold. Then the footsteps resumed, sprinting away down the hall, the giggling dissolving into a choked sob that faded into the silence near the nursery. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in bed until dawn painted the window gray. The image of that small, drowned boy's face burned into my mind. Thomas Miller. Trapped. Cold. I avoided the cistern. It stood at the edge of the overgrown yard, a crumbling stone cylinder, covered by a rusted iron grate, crusted with moss and grime. I kept the back door locked. I bought a heavy-duty padlock for my bedroom door. It felt foolish, childish, but the fear was a physical thing, a cold stone in my gut. The runs continued, sometimes twice a night. The giggling was gone now, replaced by a ragged breathing, the slap of wet feet on the wood. The footprints outside my door were often damp, leaving faint, dark smudges on the dusty floorboards. One morning, I found a trail of tiny, glistening droplets leading from the top of the stairs all the way to the boarded-up nursery door. They smelled faintly of stagnant water and wet wool. I tried talking to Mr. Armitage. I drove to the P.O. box he'd given me. No answer. I called the number he'd provided. It was disconnected. Panic started to edge out the fear. I was truly alone here, with Thomas, or whatever was left of him. The cold became the worst part. It wasn't just the night air. It was a deep, penetrating chill that seeped into the house around 2:45 a.m. No matter how high I cranked the ancient oil heater in the living room, it centered in the hallway. My bedroom felt like a refrigerator by 3 a.m. One night, as the footsteps approached, slower this time, dragging slightly, I saw my breath mist in the beam of my flashlight as I peered through the keyhole. The hallway was fogged with cold vapor, and there, just for an instant, standing halfway down the hall, was a shape, small, hunched, wearing what looked like a sodden, old-fashioned nightshirt that clung to thin limbs. Dark, wet hair plastered to a pale, indistinct face. It wasn't looking at my door. It was staring down at its own bare feet, dripping dark water onto the floor. Then it was gone, vanished, before the run even started. But the cold remained, and the puddle on the floorboards grew larger. I stopped sleeping in my bed. I dragged the mattress into the living room, barricaded the flimsy interior doors with chairs, and slept on the floor near the sputtering heater. The running didn't stop. It just changed direction. Now it started near the closed-off nursery, sprinted past the stairs, and stopped right outside the living room door. Thump, 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 thump. Silence. The doorknob would rattle. The wet, gurgling whisper would come. Cold, so cold. Let me in. I'd press my back against the mattress, pulling my knees to my chest, tears freezing on my cheeks from the unnatural chill radiating through the door. One night, the rattling stopped. Silence. Then a new sound, a soft, rhythmic scritch-scratch against the bottom of the door, like fingernails, tiny fingernails, dragging slowly back and forth across the wood. I shone my light under the door. not fingernails. Small muddy handprints were appearing on the pale wood of the door, one after another, slowly creeping upwards. I screamed, a raw animal sound that tore from my throat. The scratching stopped instantly. The cold receded like a tide pulling back. Dawn came, gray and unwelcome. The handprints were gone, but the wood felt unnaturally damp under my fingers. I had to leave, pack the car and go, but the thought of driving away in the dark down that long tree-lined driveway with its deep shadows filled me with a different kind of terror. What if he followed me? What if the cold came with me? I decided to wait for daylight. Just one more day. I spent it cleaning frantically, trying to reclaim the house, opening all the windows to air out the pervasive smell of damp and that sickly sweet rot. I even ventured near the cistern, peering through the grime on the grate. Dark, still water far below, no sound, no movement, just an icy breath rising from its depths. That night, the cold hit earlier. 1:30 a.m., a deep, marrow-freezing chill that made my teeth chatter, even under 3 blankets on the living room floor. The footsteps didn't come down the hall. They were inside the living room, soft at first, pattering around the edges of the room near the cold fireplace, then closer, circles around my mattress. I lay rigid, eyes squeezed shut. The beam of my flashlight pointed uselessly at the ceiling. The wet footprints were right beside me now. I could feel the dampness radiating off them. The cold intensified, a physical pressure on my chest. A small, wet hand landed on my ankle. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The skin where it touched burned with cold. A voice, no louder than a sigh, right beside my ear, thick with water. You see me, now you stay, cold with me. The hand squeezed, ice flooded my veins. I blacked out. I woke to weak morning light streaming through the living room window. My ankle ached with a deep, bone-cold throb. There was a ring of faint, bluish bruises around it, shaped like small fingers. And on the dusty floor beside the mattress, clear as anything, were 3 perfect tiny bare footprints leading from the hallway archway straight to where I'd been sleeping. They ended at the edge of the blanket. I packed in a frenzy, throwing clothes into suitcases, not caring about folding, not caring about anything but getting out. I didn't bother locking doors behind me. I just ran to the car, threw the bags in the back, and peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying like shrapnel. I didn't look back until I was 2 miles down the county road. In the rearview mirror, the Miller place was a small, huddled shape against the gray dawn sky. But in the upstairs window of the room, I tried to make my own. The small room overlooking the woods, the curtains were drawn back. And pressed against the glass, leaving a foggy circle in the condensation, was the pale, blurred face of a small boy. His dark, wet hair clung to his forehead. His eyes were wide, black pools reflecting no light. His mouth was slightly open as if about to speak or scream or giggle. He raised a small dripping hand and pressed it flat against the window pane. Just before the trees swallowed the house from view, I saw his lips move. I couldn't hear it over the engine, but I knew the words, the same words that had seeped under my door for weeks. Cold, so cold. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, a room with thin walls, a flickering neon sign outside the window, and a constant thrum of traffic on the highway. It was noisy, it was bright, it was alive. I locked the flimsy door, shoved a chair under the knob, and collapsed on the bed, exhausted but finally warm. I slept for 10 hours straight, No footsteps, no whispers, no cold spots. Just the blessed, mundane sounds of a world that hadn't drowned a century ago. I started looking for a new apartment immediately, a ground floor unit, in the city, with neighbors close enough to hear me scream. I felt almost safe, almost human again. 2 nights ago, I took a long, hot shower, the steam fogging the mirror, washing away the lingering scent of old wood and damp earth that seemed to cling to my skin. I toweled off, wrapped in warmth and the smell of cheap motel soap. As I bent to pick up my discarded clothes from the bathroom floor, I froze. My breath caught in my throat. There, on the slightly damp linoleum tile, right beside the bath mat, were 3 tiny, perfect bare footprints, leading from the shower drain to the closed bathroom door. The air in the small room dropped 10 degrees in an instant. The steam on the mirror swirled, forming a single, dripping word. Mine. The neon sign outside cast a pulsing red glow under the door. In that bloody light, the brass doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. The cheap lock clicked open. The door creaked inward, revealing only the dark motel hallway beyond. But the cold that rushed in wasn't from outside. It carried the scent of deep, stagnant water and wet wool. And from the darkness of the hall, just beyond the threshold of my room, I heard the soft, wet slap of bare feet on linoleum. Thump, thump, thump. Getting closer. The giggle came next, breathless, gurgling, right outside my bathroom door. I backed into the corner, the cold tile biting through my thin pajamas, my eyes fixed on the empty doorway. The red neon light pulsed. Thump, thump. It stopped. Silence. Then a small dripping hand slid around the doorframe, pale, blue-veined, reaching for the light switch. The bathroom plunged into darkness. The only sound was the drip of water from the faucet I'd left running, and the wet, ragged breathing getting closer in the dark. I don't have neighbors here, but I'm not alone. The cold is always with me now. It's in my bones, in my breath, in the footprints that appear on every floor I stand on. Thomas isn't in that old house on Hemlock Road. He's wherever I am. He's waiting for me to stop running. He's waiting for me to get cold enough to stay. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I rented a house and found every closet filled with clothes that still held body heat. The realtor's name was Mr. Henderson, a man whose smile never quite reached his watery blue eyes. He met me on the cracked asphalt driveway of the old Victorian on Sycamore Street, the only place in the entire town of Mill Creek that fit my desperate budget. "Fixer-upper," he called it over the phone, his voice crackling with static. "Needs love, but solid bones." Standing before it now, leaning against my dented hatchback packed with everything I owned. Solid bones? Felt like a cruel joke. The house sagged like a weary beast. Paint peeled from its clapboard siding in long, leathery strips, revealing a gray, weathered wood beneath. One of the ornate gingerbread trim pieces hung askew over the front porch, tapping a faint, irregular rhythm against the railing in the sluggish afternoon breeze. The windows on the second floor were dark, opaque eyes. "Charming, isn't it?" Henderson chirped, jangling a monstrous ring of keys. He was sweating slightly despite the crisp October air, his cheap suit jacket straining across his shoulders. "Been vacant a while? Family moved abruptly. Left most everything behind. Furnishings, personal effects, included in the rent, of course." He winked. a gesture that felt more like a tick. Saves you the trouble of buying new? The rent was absurdly low, suspiciously low, half what a decent studio apartment would cost in this sleepy, decaying town. I was a graduate student in anthropology, perpetually broke. My thesis on rural folklore in post-industrial Appalachia, stalled by lack of fieldwork funds. This place, Henderson assured me, was perfect for quiet study. He didn't mention the silence that pressed in the moment he unlocked the heavy oak front door, a thick, muffling silence that swallowed the sound of my own footsteps as I stepped inside. The air was cold and smelled of dust, damp, plaster and something else, faint but persistent. Mothballs, maybe, undercut with a hint of old perfume and the dry, papery scent of long-neglected books. The foyer opened into a shadowed parlor, furniture huddled under dusty sheets like sleeping ghosts. Sunlight, weak and gray, filtered through grimy bay windows, illuminating swirling motes. Henderson flicked a switch. Nothing happened. "Ah, yes, electrical's a bit temperamental," he said quickly, pulling a heavy-duty flashlight from his briefcase. The beam cut a harsh swath through the gloom, revealing faded floral wallpaper peeling at the seams, revealing patches of crumbling plaster beneath. Water stains bloomed like dark flowers on the ceiling. He led me through the house, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness. The kitchen had an ancient chipped enamel sink and a gas stove that looked like it belonged in a museum. The refrigerator hummed with a sickly, uneven vibration. Upstairs, the bedrooms were small, the carpets threadbare. He showed me the master bedroom last. It was larger, with a bay window overlooking the overgrown backyard, a tangle of skeletal bushes, and a crumbling stone patio. A massive, dark oak wardrobe stood against one wall, its mirror clouded with age. "Master closet through here?" Henderson said, swinging open a door beside the wardrobe. He shone the flashlight inside. My breath hitched. It wasn't empty. It was stuffed. Neatly hung dresses, blouses, skirts, and jackets filled the space from floor to ceiling. Men's suits, women's coats, even children's sweaters hung on tiny hangers. They looked lived in, not rags, not cast-offs, but clothes that had recently been worn. The beam of light caught the glint of a silver hairbrush on a small shelf tangled with strands of dark hair. "Whoa," I breathed, stepping closer, drawn despite myself. "This is a lot of stuff." Henderson shifted his weight. "Told you. Family left in a hurry. Figured. Clearing it out was more trouble than it was worth. Consider it a bonus. Saves you unpacking, eh?" He chuckled, a dry, brittle sound. "The utilities are basic. Water's on, gas for the stove, but you'll need to get the electricity sorted with the county. Should be straightforward." He practically shoved a key into my hand, a heavy, old-fashioned iron key. "Lease is in the folder, first and last month's rent, which you have, and you're all set. Place is yours." He was already backing towards the door, his eagerness to leave radiating off him like heat. "Welcome to 47 Sycamore. Quiet neighborhood. Very quiet." I barely had time to process his haste before he was gone, the sound of his car peeling away on the gravel drive unnaturally loud, then swallowed by the returning silence. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm. I stood alone in the master bedroom, the beam of my own small flashlight, thankfully functional, cutting through the dusty air. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, thick, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. I started unpacking my meager belongings in the smallest bedroom down the hall, avoiding the master for now. The house groaned and settled around me, the expected sounds of an old structure, the tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of wind in the eaves, the occasional creak of floorboards. I chalked it up to age, to the unfamiliarity. By early evening, the sun had dipped below the trees, casting long, distorted shadows through the windows. The weak light from my camping lantern did little to push back the gloom. I decided to tackle the master bedroom closet. If I was going to live here, I needed space for my own clothes, maybe donate the old ones to charity later. I pulled open the closet door. The smell of mothballs and that faint Swedish perfume intensified. I reached in, my fingers brushing against a soft wool coat, and I froze. It was warm, not room temperature warm, not the residual heat from sunlight through a window. This was the distinct, living warmth of a body that had just taken the coat off. I yanked my hand back as if burned, my heart hammering against my ribs. Impossible! Henderson said the family left months ago. The house had been empty, cold. I stood there, staring at the crowded closet, the beam of my lantern trembling slightly in my grip. Maybe a heating vent. Some weird thermal pocket. I reached out again, slower this time, and touched the sleeve of a silk blouse hanging beside the coat. Warm. I pressed my palm flat against a pair of neatly folded trousers on a shelf. Warm. I felt the collar of a child's cardigan. Warm. Every single garment in that closet radiated a soft, unsettling heat, as if their previous owners had stepped out of them only minutes before I arrived. A cold sweat prickled my scalp. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. I slammed the closet door shut, the sound echoing sharply in the silent room. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Faulty wiring heating pipes, geothermal weirdness. But the logic felt flimsy, paper-thin against the visceral wrongness of touching clothes that felt like they'd just been worn. I backed out of the master bedroom, pulling the door shut firmly behind me as if sealing something in. Dinner was a cold sandwich eaten in the dim kitchen, the humming fridge my only company. The silence was no longer just quiet. It was a presence. I kept glancing towards the stairs, half expecting to hear footsteps. I heard nothing but the house settling. After eating, I decided to explore the rest of the house properly, flashlight in hand, needing to reclaim some sense of control. I checked the other bedrooms. The second bedroom's closet was empty, except for a few wire hangers. Relief washed over me. Maybe the master closet was just weird, an anomaly. Then I opened the closet in the tiny third bedroom, intended as my study. It was crammed, floor to ceiling with children's clothes. Tiny shoes lined the bottom shelf. And the clothes, they were warm, not just warm. One small jacket felt distinctly toasty, like it had been worn on a brisk walk moments ago. The scent of baby powder mixed with the mothballs. My stomach churned. I slammed that door too. The hall closet near the bathroom, full of towels, linens, a collection of umbrellas. The towels felt damp warm. The linens held a soft, body-like heat. The linen cupboard under the stairs, overflowing with tablecloths, napkins, curtains, warm. Every single closet, every single cupboard meant for storage, was packed with textiles that radiated the ghostly warmth of recent human use. The sheer pervasiveness of it crushed my denial. This wasn't a thermal quirk. This was intentional. This was wrong. I retreated to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, a useless gesture against whatever was in this house, but it made me feel marginally safer. I sat on the edge of my unmade bed, the single bare bulb overhead casting harsh shadows. The silence deepened as true night fell. The usual nocturnal sounds, distant traffic, crickets, were absent. It was as if the house existed in a vacuum, cut off from the world. Only the groans and sighs of the old structure remained, but now they sounded different, deliberate. Footsteps creaked on the floorboards above me, not the random settling groan, but distinct, slow steps pacing the length of the master bedroom. Creak, pause, creak, pause, creak. I held my breath, straining to hear. The pacing stopped. Then a soft thump, like something heavy being set down on the carpet. My eyes darted to the door. The lock felt flimsy, insubstantial. The footsteps started again, moving towards the bedroom door. They stopped outside my room. Silence, thick, expectant silence. I could almost feel the presence on the other side of the thin wood. My hand crept towards the flashlight on the nightstand. My fingers closing around the cold metal tube like a talisman. A new sound began, not footsteps. A rustling, coming from inside my room, from the corner where I'd piled my unpacked boxes. It was the soft, intimate sound of fabric sliding against fabric like someone slowly, carefully, going through clothes. My blood turned to ice. I hadn't heard anyone enter. The door was locked. The rustling continued, methodical, unhurried. It moved closer to the bed. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the thin blanket over my head, trembling. The rustling stopped right beside the bed. I felt a distinct, localized drop in temperature, a cold spot hovering near my pillow, and then, so faint it might have been my imagination, a whisper, breathy and dry as dead leaves skittering on stone. Find the fit. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in the dark until the first gray light of dawn bled through the window, the cold spot eventually fading, the rustling gone. The house was silent again, but the silence felt charged, predatory. I spent the day in a daze, unable to concentrate on my thesis notes. The warmth of the clothes haunted me. The whisper echoed in my skull. I tried the light switch in the living room again. Still nothing. I needed supplies, batteries, maybe a generator for the fridge, stronger locks, anything to get out of the house for a few hours. At the dusty convenience store on the edge of town, the elderly clerk barely looked up from his crossword puzzle as I bought flashlights and batteries. "New in town," he rasped. "Just moved into the old Henderson place on Sycamore," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. The pencil stopped moving. He slowly lifted his head. His eyes, milky with cataracts, fixed on me with unsettling intensity. 47 Sycamore, that old Victorian? Yes, place is quirky. Quirky? He repeated flatly. He leaned forward, the stool creaking. You mean the Callahan place? Young family? 2 kids? Lived there till last spring. Vanished. Just gone. Left the table set for dinner. Car still in the drive. Suitcases half packed upstairs. He tapped his temple. Police searched high and low. Nothing. No note. No signs of struggle. Like the earth swallowed them whole. Or something else did. He lowered his voice. Place has a history, you know. Bad business back in the Depression. Folks say the walls remember things. Hungry things. You best be careful in that house after dark, son. Real careful. His words confirmed my worst fears. The warm clothes weren't left behind. They were waiting for owners who would never return, yet whose absence the house refused to acknowledge. I drove back to Sycamore Street with a knot of dread tightening in my chest. The house looked even more ominous in the late afternoon light, the shadows beneath the porch deep and impenetrable. That night, I barricaded my bedroom door with the flimsy desk chair. I kept both flashlights on, their beams cutting intersecting cones of light across the room, banishing the worst of the shadows. The silence returned as darkness fell, heavier than before. The pacing upstairs started earlier this time. Creak, pause, creak, pause. It was joined by a new sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a heavy sack being dragged slowly across the floorboards above my head. It stopped directly over my bed. Then came the whispers. Not just one voice, but multiple. A child's voice, thin and petulant. "My shoes are tight." A woman's voice, strained and weary. "Just a little longer, darling. Soon it will be comfortable." A man's voice, low and gruff. "It has to fit. It must be perfect." They overlapped, murmuring, arguing, discussing fabrics, hems, the fit of sleeves. The conversation was mundane, domestic, and utterly horrifying because it was happening in an empty house, centered on clothes that still held the heat of bodies that were gone. The rustling started again in my room. Louder this time, not just in the corner, but seeming to come from the closet in my room, the one I'd thought was empty. I hadn't opened it properly since moving in. The rustling was frantic now, like hands desperately searching through fabric. The cold spot returned, stronger, pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, coalescing into a single, chilling directive that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. "Try it on!" I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat. I fumbled for the flashlights, waving them wildly. The beams caught the closet door. It was slowly, silently, swinging open. Inside, the clothes I'd shoved in there earlier, my own jeans, t-shirts, a sweater, were shifting, rearranging themselves, and beneath them, almost hidden, were other things. A child's dress, small and frilly, a man's stiff collar, a woman's silk scarf. They were pushing forward, the fabrics trembling, radiating that unnatural, clinging warmth. The cold spot intensified, pressing down like a physical weight, forcing me back against the bed. The whispers became a chorus, overlapping, demanding, "Try it on. It will fit. You'll be comfortable. Stay with us. Be perfect. Be ours." I kicked out blindly, my foot connecting with the barricade chair. It clattered loudly against the door. The movement, the noise, seemed to startle whatever was in the room. The cold spot receded slightly. The rustling subsided. The closet door stopped opening, hanging ajar, revealing the warm, shifting mass of fabric within. The whispers faded to a sullen murmur, like distant traffic. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the bed, flashlights trained on the open closet door, the barricade rebuilt and reinforced with a heavy trunk. Every creak, every sigh of the house made my heart lurch. The warm clothes in the closet seemed to pulse faintly in the beam of light, waiting. Dawn came, gray and unwelcome. I didn't pack. I couldn't face that house, those closets in the dark. I called the only person I could think of, my thesis advisor, Professor Eris Thorne, a man who studied the folklore of places of lingering echoes. I stammered out my story, the warm clothes, the whispers, the vanished Callahans. He listened in silence for a long time after I finished. "Elias," he said finally, his voice grave, "what you're describing, it's not uncommon in places steeped in unresolved trauma, especially sudden violent absence. The objects, the spaces, they can become repositories, anchors. The warmth, it's not thermal energy, it's echoic residue. The last intense impression left upon the physical world by the departed. A desperate residual need for continuity, for the routine to continue, for the clothes to be worn, the meals to be cooked, the children to be dressed. But the whispers, the trying on?" My voice was hoarse. "Projection," Thorne said. "The house, saturated with their final moments of confusion and fear, is trying to recreate the pattern. It's trying to fill the void. It perceives you as material, a new shape to mold, to fit into the empty spaces left behind. The clothing isn't just warm, Elias. It's hungry." He promised to come that afternoon, to bring equipment, to help me leave. Relief washed over me, so intense it made me dizzy. I spent the daylight hours barricaded in the kitchen, the bright overhead light, miraculously working in this room, my only comfort. I avoided all hallways near closets. I jumped at every shadow. The house felt watchful, patient. It knew I was trapped until nightfall. Thorne arrived as the sun began to dip, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. He was a tall, lean man with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. He carried a heavy canvas bag and a Geiger counter-looking device that he explained measured ambient psychotronic resonance. He listened intently as I showed him the master closet, bracing myself. I flung the door open. The clothes were there, neatly hung, but they were cold, ice cold to the touch. The perfumed mothball smell was gone, replaced by a stale, empty odor. The silver hairbrush lay inert on the shelf. "The resonance is gone from this node," Thorne murmured, frowning at his device. "It's shifted, concentrated elsewhere." He led me down the hall, the device clicking softly, its needle spiking erratically. It led us directly to my small bedroom. My barricade was still in place. The closet door was closed. Thorne didn't hesitate. He pushed past the chair and trunk, ignoring my protest. He yanked the closet door open. My own clothes were shoved haphazardly to the back. In the front, arranged with eerie care, were 3 outfits. A man's tweed jacket and trousers neatly pressed, a woman's floral dress and cardigan, and a small boy's shirt and shorts. They radiated a palpable, sickening warmth that washed over us like a wave. The air around them shimmered faintly, thick with the scent of perfume, starch, and child sweat. The device in Thorne's hand shrieked a high-pitched whine. "It's focused here," Thorne breathed, his face pale. "It's chosen its replacements. It's ready for the fitting." He grabbed my arm. "We need to go, now, before it gets dark, before it gets stronger." We didn't bother with my belongings. We ran. Out the front door, down the cracked driveway to Thorne's battered sedan. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. As I slammed the car door shut, I looked back at the house. In the rapidly fading light, I saw them. Not figures, not quite, but impressions in the grimy upstairs windows. The blurred outline of a man's head in the master bedroom window. The smaller shape of a child pressed against the glass in the 3rd bedroom. And in the window of my bedroom, the one with the closet full of waiting clothes, the faintest suggestion of a woman's face, pale and indistinct, watching us leave. Her mouth moved, silently shaping 2 words I felt in my bones rather than heard. "Come back. Thorne gunned the engine. We peeled away from 47 Sycamore Street just as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, plunging the decaying Victorian into deep, hungry shadow. I haven't been back. Thorne helped me find a sterile, overpriced apartment in the next town over. I sleep with the lights on. I don't own a single piece of clothing that wasn't bought new after that night. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the city sounds fade, I feel it. A phantom warmth on the back of my neck. The faintest scent of mothballs and perfume on the still air, and the crushing weight of a silence that isn't empty at all, but thick with the patient, desperate waiting of clothes that remember the shape of bodies that should fill them. They're still there, in the dark, in the closets, holding their warmth, waiting for the perfect fit, waiting for me to come home. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Something keeps rocking the chair beside my bed and whispering my name. At first, I thought it was the house. Old houses settle, floorboards sigh, foundations shift, pipes knock. I knew that. I'd grown up in a drafty Victorian where the radiators sang opera at midnight and the attic stairs groaned like a dying man climbing to his own funeral. So when I moved into the cottage on Sycamore Ridge, rent, $700 a month, utilities included. Charming, rustic, needs minor TLC. I expected quirks, creaks, drafts that smelled of damp earth and distant rain. I did not expect the chair. It was already there when I arrived, not part of the listing, not mentioned in the brief, almost reluctant tour given by the landlord, Mrs. Gable. A woman in her late 70s, with silver hair pinned in a tight coil, and eyes that darted away whenever I asked questions about the previous tenant. She handed me the key, said, "Just keep the garden trimmed, and don't mind the chair." Then hurried back to her car like the cottage might bite her. The chair sat in the corner of the bedroom opposite the bed, a rocking chair, not antique, not valuable, just there. A simple, straight-backed wooden rocker, stained a deep walnut, the runners worn smooth from years, decades of motion. The seat was padded with faded burgundy fabric slightly frayed at the edges. On the arms, faint indentations. The ghostly impression of elbows. It looked comfortable, lived in, like someone had just gotten up. I didn't move it. Why would I? It wasn't in the way. And honestly, after hauling my meager belongings, a mattress, a duffel, a box of books, my laptop, and the framed photo of my sister Mara, I was too exhausted to rearrange furniture. I pushed my suitcase under the bed, hung 2 shirts in the closet, plugged in my phone, and collapsed onto the mattress. The first night was quiet. Too quiet. No traffic, no distant sirens, just the wind in the pines behind the cottage and the occasional plink of water dripping from the gutter into the rain barrel outside. I fell asleep quickly, lulled by the silence. I woke at 2:17 a.m., not to an alarm, to a sound. Scritch, 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 rhythmic, gentle. The runners of the rocking chair moving back and forth on the hardwood floor. I opened my eyes. The moonlight through the window painted a silver rectangle on the floor. The chair sat within it, rocking slowly, steadily. Scritch, scritch, scritch. No one was in it. I lay still, breath held. It rocked for exactly 43 seconds, then stopped. Silence. I told myself it was the wind, a draft lifting the curtain, nudging the chair, old wood expanding, contracting, physics, not presence. The second night, it happened again. 2:17 a.m. Scritch, scritch, scritch. This time, I watched. The chair began to move on its own. No gust, no tremor. A smooth, deliberate arc. Back, forth, back, forth. I sat up. I sat. Hello? My voice cracked. The rocking didn't stop, didn't speed up, just continued. Then a whisper, so faint I thought it was the blood rushing in my ears. Ethan, my name, spoken in a voice I knew, not Mara's, not my mother's, my own, but softer, slower, like it was being pulled through water. Ethan, I snapped on the lamp. The chair was still, empty, the room, just a room. I got up, walked to it, ran my hand over the seat, cold, dry, no indent. I dragged it to the closet, shoved it inside, and closed the door. Locked it, not with a key, but by wedging a book beneath the door. I slept with the light on. It didn't help. At 2:17 a.m., the scrit, scrit, scrit began again, not from the closet, from inside the closet, muffled but unmistakable. Then the whisper, louder, closer. Ethan, let me out. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The rocking grew more urgent. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The closet door rattled. The book slid an inch. I threw on jeans, grabbed my keys, and drove to the 24-hour diner 10 miles away. I didn't go back until noon. The closet door was open. The chair sat in its original spot, as if it had never moved. The third night, I set up my phone, propped it on the dresser, facing the chair, recorded video, audio on, went to sleep. At 2:17 a.m., the rocking began. The video captured it all. The chair still. Then movement, a slow, smooth tilt backward, then forward. Scritch, a pause. Then my name, not a whisper this time. Clear, soft. Ethan, my voice, but not me. Sadder, tired. The chair rocked faster. Scritch, 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 scritch. Then the camera glitched, not static, not distortion, a frame skip. One moment, empty chair, rocking. Next moment, the chair was stopped, and the seat, indented, deeply, like someone heavy had just stood up. The audio continued. A breath. Then, you remember? I watched the video 3 times, deleted it. That afternoon, I drove to the county records office. The cottage was built in 1948, owned by one family, the Haskells, until 1993. Then sold to a holding company, then to Mrs. Gable in 2001. No deaths reported on the property, no incidents. But in the Sycamore Gazette, January 1992, local man missing after night hike. Ethan Haskell, 28, failed to return from an evening walk on Ridge Trail Tuesday night. Search teams combed the woods for 3 days but found no trace. Haskell, a recluse since the death of his younger sister, Mara, in a car accident 2 years prior, was described by neighbors as withdrawn and haunted. His cottage remains undisturbed. Authorities suspect foul play, but no evidence has been found. Ethan Haskell. My name. Same spelling, same age, 28. Mara, my sister, car accident 2 years ago. I stared at the microfiche. My hands shook. Looked up Ethan Haskell. No social media, no obituaries, just a single line in a digitized police report. Case closed, presumed deceased. Personal effects retained by next of kin. Agnes Haskell, mother, deceased, 1995. I drove back to the cottage, stood in the doorway, looked at the chair. It wasn't a chair, it was his chair, mine. The fourth night, I didn't resist. I sat on the bed, waited. 2:00 a.m. Scrit, scritch. The chair began to rock. I didn't turn on the light, didn't speak, just watched. The moonlight caught the runners, gleaming faintly. Then the whisper. Ethan. Closer. From the chair, I stood, walked to it, sat down. The wood was cold, the padding firm. I leaned back. The chair rocked, not by itself. With me. I closed my eyes, and I remembered. Not a dream, a return. The night Mara died, rain slicked roads, my hands on the wheel, her laughter, bright, sudden, cut off by the screech of tires, the crunch of metal, the shatter of glass, the silence after, the hospital, the doctor's voice. She didn't suffer. Lies, they all lie. I walked out, drove home, sat in this chair, rocked for hours, for days, until the world outside blurred, until my name sounded foreign in my own head, until I whispered it to the walls just to hear it spoken. Ethan. And one night, I stood up, walked out the back door, into the woods, ridge trail, the drop-off near Hemlock Gorge, the wind, the edge, the last thing I felt, the chair still rocking in the empty cottage, as if waiting for me to come back. But I didn't. I fell, or jumped, or let go. The report said no trace, because there was none. The body was never found, but the chair remained, holding the shape of me, holding the grief, holding the name. The chair slowed, stopped. I opened my eyes. The room was the same, but I was different, lighter, clearer. The whisper came again, this time not from the chair, from inside me. "You're home!" I stood. The chair stayed still. For the first time, I walked to the window, looked out at the woods, the trail, the gorge. No fear, just peace. I turned back. The chair was empty, but on the seat, a single pine needle, fresh, and beside it, a photograph, not the one I kept on the dresser, an older one. Mara and me, 10 years old, arms around each other, smiling, on the back, in my handwriting, always with you. I picked it up, tucked it into my pocket, sat on the bed, waited, not for the rocking, not for the whisper, for the knock. It came at 2:18 a.m., soft, 3 times, on the front door. I walked downstairs, opened it, no one there, just the wind, and on the porch step, a second photograph. Mara, alone, smiling, eyes bright, alive. She wasn't in the hospital. She wasn't in the ground. She was waiting. Like the chair, like me. The whisper came, not in my ear, in my bones. "Go to her." I didn't pack, didn't lock the door, just walked, down the driveway, into the woods. The trail was clear, the moonlight, bright. I didn't stumble, didn't hesitate. At the edge of Hemlock Gorge, the wind died. Silence. And there, on the rock where I'd stood that last night, a rocking chair, identical, waiting. I sat. It rocked, gently. Scritch, scritch. And from the trees, voices, Mara's laugh, my mother's hum, and my own voice, whole, unbroken, whispering, "Welcome home." The chair doesn't rock beside my bed anymore, because I'm not in the bed. I'm in the chair, rocking, watching, waiting for the next Ethan, the next grief, the next name, whispered into the dark. It always comes, and when it does, I rock and I whisper back, "Ethan," because the chair remembers, and the woods forgive, and the dead, they never stop waiting for someone to sit and remember with them. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I took a job as a night janitor in a shuttered department store and kept finding mannequins posed in rooms I hadn't entered. The classified ad in the Cedar Hollow Gazette was a single line: "Night maintenance, Gable's department store. 18-hour, no experience. Start tonight." It didn't mention Gables had been closed for 17 months, or that the county records listed 3 lawsuits from former employees citing unusual psychological distress, or that the building itself, a hulking Art Deco relic on the edge of town, had been stripped of its nameplate, leaving only ghostly bolt holes in the marble facade. Desperation has a way of smoothing over details. My unemployment check had run dry. The radiator in my apartment coughed black sludge, and the memory of my daughter's voice asking, "Daddy, when's your new job?" drowned out the little voice whispering, "Too good to be true." The hiring manager, a gaunt man named Mr. Henderson, with nicotine-stained fingers and eyes that refused to meet mine, handed me a heavy ring of keys and a bucket of ammonia-scented water without a contract. "Just sweep, mop, check the pipes," he'd rasped, lighting a cigarette despite the no-smoking sign still peeling off the walls. "Don't touch the mannequins. Don't go in the old bridal salon on the 3rd floor. Be gone by 5 a.m. Don't talk about the job." He left me standing alone in the cavernous, dust-choked lobby, the only sound the drip of a leaky faucet echoing from the empty cosmetics department. Gables wasn't abandoned. It was waiting. 500,000 square feet of silence pressed down like a physical weight. Moonlight bled through the grime-caked skylights, painting the aisles in shades of corpse gray. The air smelled of dust, mildew, and the faint, sweet rot of forgotten perfume samples. My footsteps crunched on broken glass near the shattered entrance to the jewelry counter. My cart, squeaky-wheeled, its metal frame scarred with rust, was my only company as I pushed it through the skeletal remains of the home goods section. Porcelain dolls with chipped faces stared blankly from overturned shelves. A single high-heeled shoe lay abandoned beside a mannequin arm, its resin fingers curled like a dead spider. I avoided looking at them. Henderson's warning echoed, "Don't touch the mannequins." My first night was a symphony of mundane dread. I mopped floors sticky with dried soda and tracked in mud. I hauled bags of trash from the gutted food court, where cockroaches skidded over overturned tables. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, plunging sections of the store into darkness before sputtering back to life. Every shadow felt like a held breath. Around 2 a.m., deep in the men's clothing section, I found the first one. A male mannequin, tall, faceless, dressed in a moth-eaten pinstripe suit, stood not on its designated pedestal near the suits, but facing a rack of ties. Its head was tilted downward, one stiff resin hand lifted as if adjusting an invisible knot. I hadn't been near this section. I'd started on the 2nd floor. My pulse thudded in my ears. Must have been like this already. Henderson didn't clean up properly. I dragged it back to its spot, the resin scraping harshly on the tile. Its arm felt unnaturally warm under my gloved hand. The second night, in the women's lingerie department, a female mannequin in a faded red slip stood posed before a shattered full-length mirror. Its glass eyes reflected the flickering emergency light, and its head was turned sharply over its shoulder, as if startled by something behind it. Its posture was unnervingly human, a slight arch in the resin spine, one foot delicately pointed. I hadn't entered lingerie all night. I'd been clearing debris from the flooded basement laundry. The mannequin's cold, smooth shoulder gave me goosebumps as I manhandled it back to its stand. Its wig, a cascade of brittle, platinum hair, snagged on my sleeve. I left it there. Let Henderson deal with it. By the third night, the rationalizations were paper thin. I found a child-sized mannequin in the toy department, seated cross-legged on the floor amidst scattered building blocks, its blank face tilted upward as if listening to a story. I hadn't touched the toy section. I'd been on the first floor, unclogging a sink in the abandoned employee break room. The worst was the bridal salon. Henderson had forbidden it, but a pipe had burst overhead, raining rusty water onto the plush white carpet. I had to go in. The room was a time capsule of decay. Yellowed veils draped over cracked mirrors, moth-eaten gowns hanging like ghosts, dust thick on the ornate gilded chairs. And in the center, a mannequin bride, not on the pedestal, standing. Her resin face, once serene, was streaked with grime. Her arms were outstretched, palms upturned, as if caught mid-fall. Her veil was tangled around her feet like a shroud. I backed out slowly, heart hammering, leaving the water to pool on the ruined carpet. I hadn't touched that door. I'd locked it myself after Henderson's warning. I started taking the stairs instead of the elevators, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the hollow shafts. I carried a heavy maglite flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom like a knife. I began noticing things. The mannequins' positions weren't random. They were posed, mimicking human actions. A male mannequin in the hardware aisle stood frozen mid-stride, one hand gripping an invisible hammer. A female one in the kitchenware section leaned over a broken toaster, head cocked as if puzzled. Their glass eyes seemed to follow the beam of my light. The silence deepened around them, a thick, listening silence that made the drip of faucets sound like footsteps. I started talking to myself, just to fill the quiet. Just mopping, Henderson. Nothing to see here, just a job. My voice sounded thin and alien in the vast emptiness. The fourth night broke me. I was in the appliance section, wrestling a clogged floor drain, my back to the row of silent washing machines. A sound made me freeze, not a drip, not a groan of pipes, a soft click, like a shoe heel on tile. I spun, flashlight beam slashing the darkness. At the far end of the aisle, near the escalator to the third floor, stood 3 mannequins, not on stands, standing freely, a man in a tuxedo, a woman in an evening gown, a child in a sailor suit. They were arranged in a perfect family tableau. The man's resin hand rested on the child's shoulder. The woman's head was tilted toward the man's, a frozen imitation of intimacy. Their glass eyes reflected my flashlight beam, cold and depthless. I hadn't been near the escalators. I'd been on the second floor for hours. The air temperature dropped sharply. My breath fogged in the beam of light. I didn't move them. I backed away slowly, the mop handle slick in my sweating palm, and locked the gate to the third-floor stairs with trembling hands. I finished my rounds in a haze of adrenaline, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When I clocked out at 4:58 a.m., the rising sun painting the dusty windows orange, I leaned against my car in the empty parking lot, shaking. I called Henderson from the payphone outside the closed gas station. "The mannequins," I choked out. "They're moving. I find them in rooms I haven't entered, posing like they're alive." Silence on the line, then a long drag of a cigarette. "You see things," Henderson said flatly. "Lonely place, old building, plays tricks. You get used to it, or you quit. Pays tomorrow night. Don't be late." He hung up. I almost quit. I drove past the store 3 times that afternoon, staring at its boarded-up windows. But Maya's face, her small hand reaching for mine as I walked out the door that morning, stopped me. The radiator's black sludge, the eviction notice tucked under my door. At 11 p.m., I returned. The lock on the employee entrance was stiff. Inside, the air was colder than usual. The ammonia water in my bucket felt icy. I started on the first floor, mopping with frantic energy, my flashlight beam darting into every shadowed corner. I avoided the stairs, avoided the escalators, avoided the bridal salon door like it was a tomb. Around 1 a.m., deep in the sporting goods section, I needed more water. The utility sink was in the break room, past the escalators to the third floor. I took the long way, circling through housewares, my cart rattling loudly. When I reached the break room, the sink was dry. The pipes were frozen solid. I'd have to use the one on the second floor. I took the stairs. The second floor was pitch black. My flashlight beam caught the familiar chaos of the cosmetics department. Shattered glass, spilled powders like Technicolor snow. I filled my bucket at the sink near the ruined perfume counter, the water running brown at first. As I turned to leave, the beam swept across the far aisle, the mannequins in the junior department, all facing the same direction. Toward me, their blank faces tilted down, glass eyes catching the light, every single one. I hadn't been up here tonight. I'd come straight from the first floor stairs. I dropped the bucket. Water sloshed across the dirty tile. I ran, not to the stairs, to the freight elevator. Henderson said never to use it. Jammed since '09, might drop you. But the mannequins' heads turned in unison as I passed, a dry, scraping sound like resin on resin. The elevator door groaned open. I jabbed the button for the first floor. The doors closed slowly, creaking. As the gap narrowed, I saw them. At the end of the cosmetics aisle, 3 figures, the tuxedo man, the evening gown woman, the sailor-suited child, walking, not stiffly, smoothly, their polished shoe heels clicking on the tile in perfect, unhurried rhythm. Click, click, click. The elevator lurched downward. I vomited into my bucket. I didn't go back the next night, or the next. Maya asked why I wasn't working. I lied, said I got sick. On the third night of unemployment, Henderson called, not on my phone, from the payphone outside my building. The receiver was sticky, smelling of urine. "You left the bucket," he rasped, "and a key ring. Third floor gate unlocked. They got in." His voice was raw, stripped of its usual cigarette gravel. "They're in the bridal salon now, all of 'em, standing in a circle, facing inward, like they're waiting for someone to join them." A wet cough rattled down the line. "I can't go back there, not after what I saw in '09. The night gables closed, the night the fire started in the basement, the night the Henderson boy, never mind." He took a shuddering breath. "They need a caretaker, son. They're hungry for movement, for company. They take what they're given. They took my boy because I left his toy truck on a mannequin's hand one night. Just a little red truck. He was 5. His voice cracked. "The key ring's in your apartment, under the mat. Take it back, or they'll come for you. They always come for the one who leaves the silence broken." I looked under the mat. The heavy iron key ring lay there, cold and greasy. Taped to it was a Polaroid photo, faded, blurry, a mannequin in a bridal gown standing in the ruined salon. Its resin face was turned toward the camera, but it wasn't blank. Someone had drawn on its face with charcoal, eyes wide with terror. mouth open in a silent scream, and clutched in its stiff white hands was a tiny red plastic truck. I went back at midnight. The employee door lock turned smoothly. The store smelled different. Not just dust and mildew, the metallic tang of old blood, and beneath it, the faint, cloying sweetness of embalming fluid. The main lights were dead. Only the emergency strips glowed, casting the aisles in a sickly green radiance. My cart was gone. My bucket was overturned near the escalators. I walked slowly, flashlight beam cutting the gloom, the keyring heavy in my pocket. I avoided the escalators, took the stairs to the second floor. Cosmetics was empty. The mannequins stood on their pedestals facing forward. Normal. Too normal. I went to the break room sink. The water ran clear. I filled a new bucket Henderson must have left. As I turned, the beam caught something on the floor. Maya's favorite hair clip, the blue butterfly one she'd lost last week. I hadn't brought it here. I hadn't seen it since Tuesday. I picked it up. It was ice cold and damp. A sound came from above, not clicking heels, singing. A child's voice, thin and off-key, echoing down the stairwell from the third floor. Ring around the rosies, pockets full of posies. It was the sailor-suited child mannequin's voice. I knew it. I'd heard it whispering in the dark of the appliance aisle my second night. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. The singing stopped. Silence. Then a single deliberate thump, like a body hitting the carpet. I climbed the stairs. My legs felt like stone. The third-floor hallway was darker. The emergency lights here were dead. Only moonlight from the skylights illuminated the dust swirling in the air. The bridal salon door stood ajar. Light spilled from within, a warm, flickering light, like candlelight. I pushed the door open. The salon wasn't ruined. It was pristine. White carpet fluffy underfoot. Gowns hung neatly on padded hangers. Mirrors gleamed. Candles flickered on every surface, casting dancing shadows. In the center of the room stood the circle. Dozens of mannequins, every type, every size. Men, women, children, all facing inward. Their glass eyes reflected the candlelight like living things. Their resin skin seemed warm, supple. At the circle's heart stood the bride. Her face was clean. Her veil was perfect. In her hands she held not a bouquet, but Maya's blue butterfly hair clip. She turned her head slowly as I entered. Her charcoal-drawn eyes locked onto mine. Her lips didn't move, but her voice filled the room, a dry rustle like pages turning in a tomb. You left the bucket. You left the silence. Now you must fill it. Behind her, the tuxedo man stepped forward. His resin face was smooth, featureless, but his posture radiated authority. He held out a hand, not toward me, toward the empty space beside the bride. His voice was deeper, grating like stone on stone. The circle must be complete. Your daughter's place is waiting. My blood turned to ice. No, I whispered. Stay away from her. The bride's head tilted, a slow, impossible angle. Her voice softened, became almost maternal. She's already here, in the quiet places, in the space between heartbeats. We have been waiting for her small hands, her light footsteps. Her laughter is so loud in the silence, it feeds us. She raised the hair clip. It gleamed in the candlelight. She dropped this near the toy department when she ran from the dark. I hadn't told anyone Maya had come with me once, weeks ago, when I'd picked up my first paycheck early. I'd left her in the car. She must have wandered in. She'd been crying about losing her clip. I'd searched the parking lot, never thought to look inside the dead store. The tuxedo man took another step. The circle of mannequins shifted in unison, their movements fluid, silent. Their glass eyes never left me. "The key!" the tuxedo man rasped. "Give us the key, the one that opens the silence, the one Henderson left you." My hand closed around the cold iron key ring in my pocket. Henderson's warning echoed, "They take what they're given." I pulled it out. The keys clinked softly. The bride's resin face stretched into a rictus that wasn't a smile. It was a crack spreading across old ice. Yes, the anchor, the tether to the world of breath and warmth. Give it to us, and your daughter's place will be warm. Her silence will be gentle. I hurled the key ring not at them, but at the nearest wall of candles. It clattered against the plaster, knocking over 3 thick white tapers. Wax splattered. Flames licked the edge of a gauzy curtain. The mannequins didn't flinch, didn't move to stop the fire. They just watched the flames spread, their glass eyes reflecting the hungry light. The bride's voice rose above the crackling calm, triumphant. Fire consumes the flesh, but the silence remains. The silence is eternal. We will wait in the ashes. For you, for her. I ran down the stairs, through the burning 3rd floor. Flames danced in the mannequin's eyes as I passed the bridal salon door. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was in my car, peeling out of the parking lot, the rearview mirror filled with the glow of gables burning against the night sky. Police lights flashed in the distance as I drove toward home. Maya's window was dark. I burst through the apartment door, calling her name. Her room was empty. Her bed was made. Her butterfly clip sat neatly on her pillow, ice cold, damp. Henderson was waiting on my porch at dawn. His face was ash-streaked, his clothes reeking of smoke. He held a newspaper. The headline read, "Mystery Fire Guts Abandoned Gables Store." Below it, a smaller article. Local woman reports daughter missing. Last seen near former department store district. He didn't look at me. He just handed me the paper and a small soot-blackened object. A single resin mannequin finger. Broken off at the knuckle. It was warm. He turned to leave, then paused. His voice was a whisper. "They don't burn, son. Not really. The fire just makes room for new silence, new guests." He walked away without looking back. I keep the resin finger in my pocket. It's always warm. At night, when the apartment is quiet, I hear it. Not footsteps, not singing. The soft, rhythmic click, click of tiny resin heels on tile, coming from Maya's empty room. And sometimes, when I pass a closed department store window at night, I see them, standing in the dark behind the glass, dozens of them waiting, their glass eyes fixed on me, and in the tallest mannequin's stiff white hand, clutched like a treasure, is a small blue butterfly hair clip. They haven't taken Maya yet, but the key is gone. The silence is growing louder, and every night the click, click of tiny heels moves a little closer to my bedroom door. They're patient. They know I'll run out of rooms to hide in. They know the circle must be complete. I touch the warm resin finger in my pocket. It pulses like a heartbeat, like an invitation, like a promise. They're waiting for me to bring her back or to join them myself. The store is gone, but the silence they hunger for is everywhere. And it's always listening for the sound of my key turning in the lock for the last time. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Something tucks the sheets tighter around me. Each night after I fall asleep, I moved to the cottage on Blackwater Road because it was the only place I could afford after the divorce. The realtor called it cozy and quaint, which real estate code for small and isolated. It sat at the end of a gravel lane 3 miles from the nearest neighbor, a single-story structure with weathered cedar shingles and a stone chimney that leaned slightly to the left, as if the whole building were bowing under the weight of decades. The interior was sparse, bare wood floors, whitewashed walls, a wood-burning stove for heat, but it had a certain charm. And at $375 a month, charm was a luxury I could no longer afford to be picky about. The first night, I slept deeply, too deeply. I'd been running on fumes for months. Legal battles, packing boxes, the slow unraveling of a life I'd thought would last forever, and the silence of the countryside was a balm. I fell asleep within minutes of my head, hitting the pillow, and didn't stir until dawn painted the bedroom ceiling in pale gold. When I woke, I felt something unusual. The sheets were tucked tightly around my legs, almost to the point of constriction. I'd gone to bed with the covers loosely draped over me as I always did. I never tucked myself in. I preferred the freedom to move in my sleep. Yet here I was, my legs bound together by hospital corner precision, the fabric pulled taut across my chest. I dismissed it as sleepwalking. Stress does strange things to the body. I'd read about people driving cars, cooking meals, even having conversations while fully asleep. Tucking oneself in seemed almost mundane by comparison. I freed my legs with a few kicks and went about my day, unpacking boxes and trying to ignore the hollow feeling in my chest that had nothing to do with the empty rooms around me. The second night, it happened again. I made a point of leaving the covers completely loose before bed, draped haphazardly, one corner dangling off the side of the mattress. I even placed a paperback novel on the edge of the comforter as a marker. If I sleepwalked and tucked myself in, the book would fall. When I woke at 6:30 a.m., the book was on the floor, and I was swaddled, not just tucked. The sheets were pulled so tightly around my torso, I had to consciously relax my breathing to inhale fully. My arms were pinned to my sides. It felt less like being tucked in and more like being prepared for burial. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I sat up, my heart thudding, and examined the bed. The tucking was meticulous, perfect, the kind of precision my mother used when making hospital beds during her nursing shifts. A tight fold under the mattress, corners folded at exact 45-degree angles. Not a wrinkle to be found. I'd never learned that technique. I didn't know anyone who had. I spent that day researching the cottage's history at the county records office. The building dated back to 1898. Originally a caretaker's residence for the now-defunct Blackwater Asylum 2 miles up the ridge. The asylum had closed in 1963 after a series of scandals involving patient neglect. The cottage had passed through several owners since, mostly seasonal renters, a few long-term residents. The most recent occupant was a woman named Eleanor Voss, who'd lived there alone for 23 years until her death 3 months before I moved in. Cause of death, natural causes. Age, 89. No next of kin. Her obituary was a single paragraph in the local paper. She'd been a nurse at the county hospital for 40 years. Retired. Quiet. Kept to herself. A nurse. Hospital corners. I tried to shake the connection as coincidence. But that night, I set up my phone on the nightstand, propped against a stack of books, camera facing the bed. I activated night vision mode and set it to record for 8 hours. Then I went to sleep with the covers deliberately messy, my body tense with anticipation. I woke to birdsong and morning light. My phone's battery was dead, a detail I'd forgotten to account for. But the charger was still plugged in. Someone had unplugged the phone sometime during the night. And I was tucked in again, this time tighter than before. The sheet was pulled up to my chin, the edge folded precisely beneath my jawline. I couldn't turn my head without straining against the fabric. Panic flared hot in my chest. I thrashed upward, tearing free of the constraints, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The room was empty. The door was closed. The window was latched shut. No one had entered. No one had left. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room armchair with all the lights on, a kitchen knife resting on the side table within easy reach. At 3:17 a.m., exhaustion finally pulled me under. I woke on the floor an hour later, my neck stiff, my body aching. And though I hadn't been in bed, though I'd fallen asleep in the chair, I found myself wrapped in the afghan that had been draped over the sofa back, tucked tightly around my shoulders and legs with that same impossible precision. That was when I knew it wasn't about the bed. It was about me. Whatever was in this cottage didn't care where I slept. It only cared that I was unconscious, vulnerable, and in that state, it performed its ritual. I called the property manager the next morning, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound casual. "The previous tenant," I said, "Eleanor Voss, did she have any habits? Anything unusual about how she kept the place?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When he spoke, his voice had lost its professional cheer. Ms. Voss was a private woman, but the neighbors, they said she had a routine. Every night before bed, she'd make her bed with fresh sheets, even if she'd just slept in them. She'd tuck herself in so tightly she could barely move. Said it reminded her of being safe, of being cared for. He cleared his throat. "Look, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but she didn't die in her sleep like the obituary said. She was found in her bed, fully dressed, tucked in so tightly the EMTs had to cut the sheets to get her out. The coroner said her arms were pinned to her sides. She'd had a stroke in the night, couldn't move, couldn't call for help. She suffocated slowly, wrapped in her own sheets." I hung up without saying goodbye. I sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, staring at the floorboards, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. Stress, grief, the mind playing tricks in isolation. But the evidence was physical, tangible. The tightness of the sheets each morning was a fact I could not rationalize away. That evening, I decided to fight back. I stripped the bed completely, mattress bare except for the fitted sheet. No top sheet, no comforter, nothing to tuck. I slept in my clothes, the bedroom door wide open, a lamp burning on the nightstand. I fell asleep around midnight, my body rigid with tension. I woke at 4:03 a.m. to the sensation of pressure on my chest. Not heavy pressure, the kind that comes from sleep paralysis or a bad dream, but a gentle, deliberate weight. Methodical. I tried to open my eyes, but my body wouldn't obey. Sleep paralysis. It had to be. My mind was awake, but my body still trapped in REM sleep. I focused on my breathing, on the sensation of air moving in and out of my lungs, And that's when I felt it, the unmistakable slide of fabric being pulled upward, then tucked with sharp, precise folds beneath my body. Not once, not twice, 3 times. Left side, right side, bottom, hospital corners. The pressure on my chest increased incrementally with each tuck until I could feel my ribs straining against my skin with each shallow breath. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even flutter my eyelids, but I was awake, fully, terrifyingly awake, and something was tucking me in. A presence settled on the edge of the mattress beside my hip, not heavy. A suggestion of weight, like a depression in the mattress from a body that wasn't quite solid. I felt cold air against my ear, and then a whisper so faint it might have been the rustle of fabric. Shh, almost done. Just a little tighter. You'll be safe now. The voice was old, female, frail but certain, and it carried a tenderness that made the horror infinitely worse. This wasn't malice. This was care. This was love twisted into imprisonment. The tucking finished. The pressure on the mattress lifted, the presence withdrew, and slowly, agonizingly, control returned to my limbs. I sat up with a gasp, tearing at the sheets with frantic hands. My chest heaved as I sucked in deep, ragged breaths. The room was empty. The door was still open, the lamp still burned, but the sheets were tucked around me with a tightness that left red marks on my skin where the fabric had bitten into my flesh. I didn't sleep again that night. At dawn, I packed a bag and drove to a motel, 20 miles away. I told myself I was being rational, taking space to think, to decide whether to break my lease, but we both know the truth. I was running, and running never solves anything. It just delays the inevitable. I returned to the cottage 3 days later. The motel had drained my already thin savings, and the truth was I had nowhere else to go. I told myself I'd be smarter this time. I'd sleep with the lights on. I'd leave the bedroom door open. I'd fight the paralysis if it came again. But as I unpacked my bag in the living room, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Tacked to the inside of the hall closet door was a small handwritten note on yellowed paper. The ink was faded, but legible. My dearest Eleanor, remember what I taught you. Tight corners keep the nightmares out. When you tuck someone in properly, you're not trapping them. You're protecting them. The world is cold and sharp, but a bed made with love is a fortress. Never forget that. Mother. Beneath the note was a photograph, curled at the edges. A severe-looking woman in a nurse's uniform from the 1940s stood beside a young girl of about 8. The girl, Eleanor, was smiling tentatively. Her mother's hand rested on her shoulder, fingers pressing into the fabric of her dress with unmistakable force. Possessive, protective. The same hand that had taught her to tuck sheets with military precision. The same hand that had, perhaps, first wrapped her daughter in constriction and called it love. That night, I made a decision. I would not fight it. I would not run. I would meet it. I prepared for bed as usual, but instead of resisting sleep, I welcomed it. I lay down with the covers loose, my body relaxed, my mind focused on a single intention. When it comes, I will stay conscious. I will see it. I drifted off faster than I expected, and as I crossed the threshold into sleep, I felt the familiar shift, the world softening at the edges, my body growing heavy. But this time, I held on to a thread of awareness, a lifeline. I felt the mattress depressed beside me. Cold air washed over my face, and then the tucking began, not frantic or violent, but slow, deliberate, reverent. Each fold of fabric was placed with the care of a ritual. As the sheets tightened around my legs, I forced my eyes open. She was there, an old woman in a faded floral nightgown, her hair pulled back in a severe bun, her hands translucent, shimmering like heat haze, working the sheets with practiced efficiency. Her face was kind, wrinkled with age and what might have been sorrow. She didn't look at me. She focused entirely on her work, her lips moving silently as she tucked and folded. But as she smoothed the final corner beneath my chin, her eyes lifted and met mine. She didn't startle. She didn't vanish. She simply smiled, a sad, gentle smile, and whispered, "You're awake. That's all right. I'm almost finished." "Eleanor," I breathed, my voice barely audible. Her smile widened slightly. "No, dear. Eleanor was my daughter. I'm Clara, her mother." Her hands continued their work, tucking the sheet tighter beneath my chin. She learned from me, but she never understood why. She thought it was about control, about keeping people close, but it was never that. It was about safety. The world takes everything from us, our husbands, our children, our youth. But a properly made bed, that's a promise. A promise that for these few hours nothing can hurt you, not nightmares, not loneliness, not death itself. Her form flickered, growing more transparent. Eleanor died afraid, alone. I couldn't reach her in time to tuck her in that final night, but I can reach you, and you. You need tucking in more than anyone I've felt in this house. Your heart is so heavy, your sleep so restless. Let me keep you safe tonight. Just tonight. Tears streamed down my temples into my hair. I wasn't afraid anymore. I was heartbroken for her, for Eleanor, for myself, for all of us who confuse imprisonment with protection, possession with love. "Thank you," I whispered. Clara's form solidified for a moment, her eyes glistening with something like gratitude. She placed one translucent hand on my forehead, a touch like cool mist, and the last fold was tucked beneath my chin. The constriction was absolute. I couldn't move my arms, couldn't lift my head, but the panic didn't come. Instead, a profound peace settled over me. For the first time since the divorce, since the unraveling, I felt safe, truly, deeply safe. Not because I was trapped, but because for these few hours, someone was watching over me. Someone was ensuring that nothing, not even my own restless mind, could disturb my rest. I slept deeply, dreamlessly, the best sleep of my adult life. I woke at dawn to birdsong and golden light. The sheets were still tightly tucked around me, but this time I didn't fight them. I lay there for a long moment, feeling the gentle pressure of the fabric against my skin, and understood the truth I'd been too afraid to see. Some prisons are built not to keep us in, but to keep the world out. And some ghosts don't haunt houses. They haunt the spaces between heartbeats, waiting for someone broken enough to need their particular brand of comfort. I still live in the cottage on Blackwater Road. The rent is still $375 a month. I've stopped fighting the tucking. Some nights, when the weight of loneliness presses down on my chest like a physical force, I lie down with the covers loose and whisper into the dark, "I'm ready." And within minutes of sleep taking me, I feel the mattress depressed, the cool air, the gentle hands working the sheets into perfect, suffocating corners. I wake each morning bound tight, my body imprinted with the shape of care. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, I feel a second presence joining Clara, a younger woman with Eleanor's sad eyes, helping her mother tuck the corners just so. 2 generations of women who loved too tightly, who confused safety with suffocation, who now offer the only comfort they ever knew how to give. I could leave. I could find an apartment with locks on the doors and no history in the walls. But where would I go to escape my own restlessness, my own need to be held even when holding feels like binding? The cottage gives me what I cannot give myself, the permission to be still, to be safe, to surrender the exhausting work of staying loose and free when what I truly crave is the weight of something or someone holding me down. Last night, as Clara's hands worked the sheet beneath my chin, I whispered, "You can stop now. I'm not afraid anymore." Her form paused. Then she leaned close, her breath like winter air against my ear. "But I am," she whispered back. "I'm afraid of what waits for me when there's no one left to tuck in. So let me do this, just a little longer, until you learn to tuck yourself in, until you learn that safety isn't something someone else gives you. It's something you build corner by corner around your own fragile heart." The sheets tightened one final time, not with constriction, but with embrace, and as I drifted into sleep, I realized the most terrifying truth of all. I no longer wake up wanting to escape the tucking. Some mornings, when the sheets are looser than usual, I find myself pulling them tighter myself, recreating the pressure, the safety, the ghost of a mother's love wrapped around my body like a promise. And I wonder, as dawn light filters through the window, whether I'm still the tenant in this cottage, or whether I've become part of its architecture. Another presence waiting in the walls for the next broken soul who needs to be tucked in. Another ghost learning, too late, that the most dangerous prisons are the ones we start to love. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. Every night at 3:11 a.m., someone walks up my stairs and stops outside my door. The footsteps started on the 3rd night in the attic apartment. Not creaks, not the groans of old wood settling, footsteps deliberate, heavy, coming up the narrow carpeted stairs from the 2nd floor landing to my door. I'd been awake since midnight, wired from cheap wine and the thumping bass from the club 3 blocks over, when I heard it first. Thud, drag, like someone carrying a sack of wet cement. The rhythm was exact. 17 steps from the landing to my door. Always 17, always stopping precisely at the threshold, where the worn carpet met the scuffed wood frame. Then silence. A silence so thick it pressed against my eardrums, broken only by my own choked breathing. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The knob never turned. After exactly 60 seconds, the footsteps reversed. Drag, thud, drag, thud. Down the stairs, gone. I checked the door, locked, chain bolted, peephole dark. I convinced myself it was Mrs. Gable's cat, a fat tabby named Marmalade, dragging to something, or the building settling, or to wine. The 2nd night, I set up my phone on a stack of books, camera facing the door, recording audio only. I fell asleep on the couch, blanket pulled over my head like a child. At 3:11 a.m., the thud drag jolted me awake. I fumbled for my phone, heart hammering. The recording showed nothing but static after 3:10:47. But the audio file, clear as a bell, the footsteps, heavy boots, deliberate. Then as it stopped outside my door, a wet, rhythmic clicking, like stones being turned in a mouth, and breathing, not human breathing, a low guttural rasp like water draining from a clogged sink. I played it back 3 times. On the third playback, beneath the breathing, a whisper. Eli, let me in. My name, my childhood nickname. Only Clara used that name. Clara, who left 18 months ago and never called again. I deleted the file, wiped the phone, told myself I was sleep-deprived, grieving, hearing ghosts. By the 7th night, I stopped sleeping. I sat in the armchair by the door, knife in my lap, lamp burning bright. 3:11 a.m., the footsteps began. Thud, drag, thud, drag. Each thud vibrated up through the floorboards, into my bones. Each drag scraped like nails on stone. I gripped the knife until my knuckles turned white. The footsteps stopped, right outside. Silence. Then the clicking started, a dry, insectile sound that made my teeth ache. The doorknob rattled, gently, testing. I lunged to my feet, screaming, "Go away, I have a knife." The rattling stopped. The silence returned. Then, slowly, the knob turned, not forced, smooth, deliberate. The deadbolt I'd installed that afternoon, thick steel, guaranteed, slid back with a soft snick. I backed into the corner, knife raised, sobbing. The door opened 3 inches. Darkness. And the smell. Wet earth. River mud. And beneath it, the sweet, cloying stench of decay. I slammed the door shut, throwing my weight against it, fumbling to relock the deadbolt. It clicked into place. I pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. No retreating footsteps, no breathing, just the frantic thud of my own heart. When I looked down, muddy boot prints led from the door to the center of the room. Size 11, men's work boots. They faded before my eyes, like footprints in snow under a hot sun, leaving only a damp, dark circle on the rug. I called Finch at dawn. My landlord, a gaunt man with nicotine-stained fingers and eyes that darted like roaches. He arrived in a rusted pickup, took one look at my face, and refused to step inside. "Place is sound, Eli," he muttered, wiping his hands on his overalls. "Just old wood. Pipes. You city folks hear things." I showed him the damp spot on the rug. He shrugged. "Leak from the roof. Happens." I grabbed his arm. "Someone was in my apartment, Finch." At 3:11 a.m. The lock didn't. "Hold!" He pulled away, avoiding my eyes. "No one's been in that attic since Eleanor." His voice dropped. "Quiet woman, like you. Started hearing footsteps, said they stopped at her door every night at 3:11. He spat on the porch. "They found her in the basement, hanging from the pipes, left a note." He wouldn't say what the note said, just patted my shoulder, his hand cold. "Get a dog, or move out. Rent's due Friday." He drove off without fixing the leak. I went to Dr. Evans, my therapist. I told her about the footsteps, the voice, the boot prints, the smell. She listened, pen poised over her notepad. "Hypnopompic hallucinations," she said gently. "Vivid sensory experiences as you wake. Common in high-stress situations. Your grief over Clara, the job loss, the isolation. It manifests physically. Your brain is trying to process unresolved trauma." She adjusted my antidepressants, suggested sleep hygiene. "Lock your door. But Eli, trust the facts. No one is in your apartment. The lock didn't fail. There were no footprints." Her certainty was a lifeline. I clung to it. That night, I locked the door, chain-bolted it, pushed the heavy oak dresser against it. I slept on the couch, lights blazing. At 3:11 a.m., the footsteps began. Thud, drag, thud, drag. The dresser scraped sideways 3 inches across the floorboards. The deadbolt slid back. The door opened. The wet earth smell filled the room. I didn't scream. I curled into a ball on the couch, shaking, tears streaming down my face. "Please," I whispered, "please just tell me what you want." The clicking started close at my ear. The whisper again. "Remember the well?" Then footsteps retreating. The dresser slid back into place. The deadbolt clicked shut. In the morning, the rug was dry. The lock was intact. But on the arm of the couch, where my head had rested, lay a single waterlogged maple leaf. October. Maple trees don't shed leaves in dry attics. I stopped trusting daylight. I quit my data entry job citing health issues. I spent days researching the house. County records showed it was built in 1923, owned by the Vey family until 1958. Eleanor Vey lived alone after her husband died by suicide in 1972. The police report was redacted, but the coroner's note read, "No signs of struggle. Subject appeared at peace, left no note. Cause, asphyxiation." I drove to the local library, digging through microfiche of old newspapers. Buried in a 1972 edition, a brief article about a missing boy, Thomas Riley, age 8. Last seen near the old well behind the Vey property. His body was never found. The well had been sealed with concrete a week later. I stared at the grainy photo of Thomas, gap-toothed smile, freckled nose. He looked like me at that age, same cowlick, same sharp chin. A cold certainty settled in my gut. This wasn't about Eleanor. This was about Thomas. And 3:11 a.m., the article mentioned the time Thomas was reported missing. 3:15 p.m., close, too close. I bought a heavy-duty, motion-activated camera, mounted it on the ceiling, pointed at the door, set it to record audio. At 3:10 p.m., it malfunctioned. At 3:10 a.m., it recorded only static. But that night, I didn't hide. I sat in the armchair, facing the door, lamp on, knife on my lap. 3:11 a.m., the footsteps began. Thud, drag, thud, drag. I didn't flinch, didn't look away. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then the clicking. Closer than ever, right at the door. The knob turned. The deadbolt slid back. The door opened 6 inches. Not darkness. A figure stood there, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing muddy work boots and a soaked, threadbare flannel shirt. Steam rose from his clothes. But his face, it was blurred, like a photograph left in the rain. No features, just shifting shadows where eyes and mouth should be. He didn't speak, just stood there, water pooling at his boots. The smell of river mud and decay choked me. I found my voice. "Thomas!" The figure tilted its head, slowly, deliberately. The clicking sound came again from its chest. Then a whisper, layered with the sound of rushing water. "You left me there." My blood turned to ice. I hadn't left anyone. I'd never been near a well as a child. I grew up in the city. But the memory surged anyway. My memory, sharp and vivid. Standing at the crumbling stone lip of an old well in a field behind a farmhouse. Rusty chain, rotten boards. A small hand reaching up through the darkness. My own hand, smaller, trembling, letting go. The splash, distant, final. Grandpa's hand on my shoulder, his voice low and terrible. "You let him go, Eli. You watched. You did nothing." I'd buried it so deep I'd forgotten Thomas Riley's name, forgotten the well, forgotten the farmhouse outside Cedar Falls. I was 7. Thomas was 8. We were playing. He slipped. I ran home. I never told anyone, not even Clara. "It wasn't my fault," I choked out. "I was a child." The figure didn't move. Water dripped from its sleeves. Plink, plink, plink. On the floorboards, the whisper came again, wetter now. You remember now, the well is dry, but the water waits for you. The door slammed shut. The deadbolt slid home. I was alone, but the floor was soaked. And in the center of the puddle, a small rusted toy soldier floated on its back. Thomas's favorite. I'd given it to him the day he vanished. I hadn't thought of it in 30 years. I called Clara. Her voice was cautious. Eli, what's wrong? I told her everything, the footsteps, the figure, the well, Thomas Riley. She was silent for a long time. Eli, there was no Thomas Riley. No, well, you grew up in Chicago. Your parents died in a car crash when you were 10. You lived with your aunt. You've never been to Cedar Falls. Her voice softened. This is the dissociation Dr. Evans warned about. The trauma of my leaving. It's rewriting your childhood, creating false memories to explain the pain. She sounded so sure, so reasonable. I looked down at the toy soldier on my palm. Real, cold, heavy. Clara, I whispered, what was the name of my goldfish when I was 6? A pause. Eli, you never had a goldfish. You're allergic. I hung up. The toy soldier had vanished. Only a damp spot remained on my palm. That night, I didn't lock the door. I left it open. I sat in the armchair, waiting. 3:11 a.m. The footsteps began. Thud, drag, but they didn't stop at my door. They passed it, continued up the narrow stairs to the sealed attic hatch. The one Finch said was structurally unsound. The footsteps stopped above me. Silence. Then the sound of scratching, slow, deliberate, like fingernails on wood. I stood slowly, heart pounding, climbed the stairs. The attic door was closed. The padlock hung open. I pushed it. Moonlight streamed through the grimy window, illuminating dust, motes dancing in the air, hand footprints, muddy boot prints leading from the door to the far wall, where the wallpaper was torn away, revealing old, water-stained plaster. Scratched into the plaster, deep and jagged, were words. He watched me fall. He did not call for help. He left me in the dark. Beneath it, a child's drawing in charcoal, 2 stick figures at a well, one falling, one running away. My breath caught. I reached out to touch the scratches. The plaster was cold, wet, and on the wall beside the words, a new message was forming, not scratched. Bleeding, dark red letters welling up from the plaster like tears. You remembered. Now it is your turn to wait. I ran downstairs, slammed my apartment door, locked it, chain-bolted it, pushed the dresser against it. I sat on the floor with my back to the door, knife in hand, lamp extinguished. The room was pitch black. I counted the seconds. 3:11 a.m. The footsteps began, but not on the stairs. Inside my apartment. Thud, drag, thud, drag. Coming from a corner near the window, I fumbled for the lamp switch. Light flooded the room. Empty. But the smell of river mud filled the air, and on the floor, leading from the window to where I sat, were the muddy boot prints, size 11, fresh. They stopped inches from my knees. The clicking started, not at the door, at my ear, the whisper, wet and close. The well is deep, Eli, but your bones are deeper. Lie down, rest. I will keep watch. I dropped the knife, curled into a ball, sobbing, Why me? Why now? The whisper sighed, a sound like water draining. You forgot. The forgetting calls to the forgotten. The well remembers what you buried, and the dead do not forgive silence. The footsteps retreated. Out the window, the locked window. I didn't check. I just sat in the dark, listening to the drip of water on the floorboards. Plink, plink, plink. like a slow heartbeat. I stopped fighting it. I stopped calling Dr. Evans. I stopped answering Finch's knocks about the rent. I bought a new lock, a flimsy one. I left the door unlocked every night. I sat in the armchair facing the door, a cup of cold tea on the table beside me, waiting. 3:11 a.m. The footsteps began. Thud, drag, thud, drag. They stopped outside. The door opened. No smell of mud now, just the scent of old paper and dust. The figure stood in the doorway, still blurred, still shifting, but the clicking was gone. The whisper was calm, familiar. "You're ready," it said. Not Thomas's voice, my own voice, but older, wiser, sad. I nodded. I was ready. Ready to remember, ready to stop running, ready to face the well. "It was an accident," I whispered. I was scared. The figure stepped inside. Water pooled around its boots, but it didn't drip. It sat in the armchair opposite me. The moonlight caught its face for a split second, not blurred, my face, but aged, weathered, eyes holding a depth of sorrow I'd buried for decades. It reached out, not to touch me, to take my hand. Its skin was cold, real. "The well isn't a place, Eli," it said softly. "It's the silence after the splash. The space between the moment you let go and the moment you realize you'll carry it forever. I am that silence. I am what you buried." Its grip tightened. "You don't have to carry it alone anymore." I didn't pull away. I let the cold seep into my bones, let the memories flood back. The well's dark mouth, Thomas's hand slipping from mine, the weight of the secret pressing down for 30 years. The grief wasn't sharp anymore. It was a dull, constant ache, a companion. The figure stood, took my hand. "Come," it said. "It's time to go home." I followed it to the door. The stairs waited. Not the narrow, carpeted stairs to the second floor. A stone staircase, slick with moisture, spiraling down into darkness. The smell of damp earth rose from the depths. The figure led me down, step by step. The air grew colder, colder. At the bottom, a small, still pool reflected the faint moonlight from above. Thomas stood waist-deep in the water, a boy of 8, smiling. He held out his hand. "You came back," he said. His voice was clear, unbroken. I waited. I stepped into the water. It was colder than the river, colder than death. But the weight in my chest, the weight of 30 years of silence, began to lift. The figure that was me, that wasn't me, stood on the shore, watching. "Rest now," it whispered. "I will remember for you." I woke in my armchair. Dawn light filtered through the window. The apartment was warm, dry, no mud, no smell. The door was unlocked. I walked to it, closed it, locked it, chain-bolted it, pushed the dresser against it. I made tea, sat at the table, normal. But on the kitchen counter, where no leaf had been before, lay a single, waterlogged maple leaf. And on my left wrist, faint but unmistakable, a ring of mud, caked in the shape of small child-sized fingerprints. I washed it off. It returned by noon. I stopped washing it off. That night, I left the door unlocked again, sat in the armchair. 3:11 a.m. The footsteps began. Thud, drag, thud, drag. They stopped outside. The door opened. No figure, just the smell of wet earth. And on the floor, leading from the door to my feet, a trail of muddy footprints, size 11 boots, and beside them, small barefoot prints, like a child's. I smiled, reached down, took the small cold hand that wasn't there. "I remember," I whispered. "I'm here." The footsteps didn't retreat. They walked through me, cold, solid, real, and I walked with them, down the stairs, down the stone steps, into the water. Thomas was waiting. The well wasn't dark anymore. It was filled with moonlight. with forgiveness, with silence that didn't hurt. I didn't look back at the shore, at the figure standing there, my face, my sorrow, my shadow. It nodded, turned, walked back up the stairs alone. The door above us slammed shut. The lock clicked. We were home. The water closed over my head, warm, quiet, no bubbles, no light fading, just peace. The next morning, Finch found the apartment empty, door unlocked, lamp on, teacup cold on the table. On the floor, leading from the door to the center of the room, were 2 sets of footprints, large muddy boot prints and small barefoot prints. They vanished at the rug's edge. On the kitchen counter, a single maple leaf lay perfectly dry. Finch called the police. They found no signs of struggle, no note, just an open window and the faint smell of river water. They ruled it a probable suicide, a grief-stricken man who finally let go. Finch changed the locks, rented the attic to a quiet college student. On her first night, she heard footsteps at 3:11 a.m., heavy boots, a child's bare feet, stopping outside her door. She locked it tight, didn't open it. But sometimes, when the apartment is very still, she hears a whisper from the stairs, a man's voice and a child's laughter, tangled together, rising up from the well of the dark. And on her windowsill every morning, a single, perfectly dry maple leaf appears. No one knows where it comes from. No one dares to ask. They just sweep it away and wait for 3:11 a.m. when the footsteps start again. Thud, drag, thud, drag. Coming up the stairs, stopping at the door, waiting, always waiting, for someone to remember, for someone to open the door, for someone to come home. The well is never empty. It only waits, and the dead do not forget the living who forgot them. They just wait, patient, cold, hungry for the sound of a key turning in the lock, for the warmth of a hand reaching down into the dark, for the moment the silence breaks and the footsteps begin again. Thud, drag, thud, drag, forever. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a house, and the previous tenant's voicemail started playing on my phone, dated after their death. The rental listing called it a fixer-upper with character. The realtor, a woman named Brenda, with aggressively cheerful lipstick and eyes that darted away whenever I asked about the price, called it a steal. It was a steal. Half the cost of a shoebox apartment in the city, nestled at the end of a weedy driveway on the outskirts of Cedar Hollow, a town that seemed to exist only in the rearview mirror of people driving toward somewhere better. The house itself was a squat 1970s ranch with aluminum siding the color of dried mustard, sagging gutters choked with pine needles, and a backyard that sloped steeply down to the edge of Blackwater Pond, a murky, forgotten body of water. Locals avoided after dusk. The air smelled of damp earth and something vaguely chemical, like old paint thinner. But it had space. Space for my drafting table, my half-finished architectural models, and the crushing silence I needed after Mom's funeral. Grief, I'd learned, was a noisy ghost. I thought isolation would starve it. The lease was signed with suspicious speed. Brenda handed me a heavy brass key and a slip of paper with the utilities transferred to my name. "Phones included," she'd chirped, tapping the wall beside the kitchen doorway where an ancient beige landline phone hung on a plastic cradle. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. still got a few old lines like this. Reliable. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Previous tenant, Sarah Jennings, moved out sudden-like, left the number active, saves you the hassle of setting up new service. She practically sprinted back to her SUV before I could ask why Sarah had left so suddenly. The key felt cold and heavy in my palm as I watched her taillights vanish down the dirt road. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The house settled with groans and pops that echoed in the hollow rooms. The wind whistled through gaps in the window frames. And the phone, it sat silent, a bulky, corded relic with a rotary dial that felt alien under my fingertips. I ignored it, unpacking boxes by the weak light of a single lamp, the scent of dust and old carpet thick in the air. Sleep came fitfully, tangled with dreams of hospital machines beeping and the smell of antiseptic. I woke to the phone ringing. It was jarring, that shrill, mechanical, burring, slicing through the gray dawn light. I stumbled out of bed, padding down the narrow hallway in my socks, heart pounding. Who could be calling? I hadn't given anyone the number. I lifted the heavy receiver, the plastic cool against my ear. Hello? Silence. Then a hiss of static, and a woman's voice, young but strained, speaking with the clipped cadence of a voicemail greeting. Hey, it's me. You know what to do. Click. I frowned. A wrong number. Probably Sarah's old contacts. I hung up, rubbing my eyes. The phone sat innocuously on its cradle, the dial tone humming faintly before going silent. I made coffee, the mundane ritual calming my frayed nerves. It was just a glitch, an old line, nothing more. It happened again that evening and the next morning. Always the same message, always the static, always ending with that flat click. Annoyed, I finally pressed the blinking message button on the phone's base after the third call. A robotic female voice announced, "You have one new message. First message." Then Sarah Jennings' voice, clearer, now slightly breathless. "Mark, you missed my call again. I know you're there. I saw your truck pull in. Please pick up. I need to talk to you about the pond, about what I saw last night. It's important." Another pause, filled with static that sounded like rain on water. "Just call me back. Please." Click. I deleted it. Who was Mark? None of my business. But the mention of the pond sent a prickle down my spine. I'd avoided looking at it since arriving. The water had a sickly, stagnant sheen, and the trees around it leaned inward like mourners. That afternoon, while trying to wrestle a box spring through the narrow front door, I mentioned the calls to Mrs. Gable, the elderly widow who lived in the only other house on the road, half a mile up the hill. She'd been sweeping her porch, a frail figure in a floral housecoat. "Oh, honey," she said, her broom stopping mid-sweep, her eyes, sharp and clouded with cataracts, fixed on me. "That's Sarah's number, poor girl." She lowered her voice. "Drowned. Last October, right out there in Blackwater Pond. They found her boots on the bank, laces neatly tied, never found her coat or her phone." She shook her head slowly. "Such a quiet girl. Worked at the library, kept to herself. Family lived out of state, couldn't afford to ship her things, I reckon. Brenda just cleared it out, left the phone line active. Cheap, I guess." She patted my arm, her skin papery thin. "You best get that number changed, dear. Cedar Hollow Telephone Co. can be slow, but they'll do it. Don't answer it. Don't listen to those messages. Some silences, they ain't meant to be filled." Her words clung to me like cobwebs. That night, the phone didn't ring. Relief washed over me. Maybe it had stopped. I cooked a simple meal, the only sounds the sizzle of onions and the wind sighing around the eaves. Then, just as I was washing dishes, the phone rang again. Sharp. Insistent. Against my better judgment, I answered. Static. Then Sarah's voice, closer now, the breathiness gone, replaced by a chilling calm. You deleted my message. I heard the tone. A pause. The static deepened, filled with a low, wet gurgle like water draining from a sink. I'm not Mark. I know you're not Mark. I know you're the new one, the one who runs from quiet houses and quiet graves. Her voice dropped, almost intimate. You left your mother alone too, didn't you? In the end, you were on that bus to Chicago when she slipped away. I can hear it in your silence. Ice flooded my veins. I dropped the receiver. It dangled by its cord, swinging slightly. Sarah's voice still whispering from the plastic shell. Just like I left my boots on the bank. We both know what it's like to walk away. I yanked the cord from the wall socket, the voice cutting off mid-sentence. My hand shook violently. How could she know? Only my sister knew about the bus ticket, the missed call from the hospice, the crushing guilt that had driven me to this decaying house at the edge of a haunted pond. It was impossible. A cruel coincidence. A sick trick by some telemarketer who dug up my past. But Mrs. Gable's words echoed, Don't listen to those messages. I drove into town the next morning, the tires crunching on the gravel road. Cedar Hollow Telephone Coquers was a single room in the back of the post office, manned by a man named Earl with grease-stained overalls and a permanent squint. I explained about the wrong numbers, the voicemails from a deceased tenant, my need for a new number. He listened patiently, tapping a pencil on a ledger. Sarah Jennings, he sighed, not looking up. Yeah, tragic business, real quiet girl, always paid her bill on time. He flipped pages. Thing is, Missy, that line, it's not just Sarah's number, it's the line for this property. Been active since the house was built. Cedar Hollow Telco? Well, we don't got the parts to rewire a new line out that far. Not anymore. Budget cuts. He finally looked at me, his eyes kind, but helpless. You can get a cell phone, or just don't plug the old one in. Let the messages pile up. They'll stop coming after a while. Ghosts get tired, I reckon. He gave a humorless chuckle. Or the phone company cuts the service after 6 months of no payment. Whichever comes first. Defeated, I bought a cheap prepaid cell phone at the gas station. I unboxed it in the car, my hand still trembling. Back at the house, I kept the landline unplugged, coiled neatly on the kitchen counter like a dead snake. The silence felt fragile, precious. For 3 days, it held. I focused on work, sketching designs for a community center renovation, the rhythmic scratch of my pencil, a comfort. The pond remained hidden behind the overgrown slope. I almost believed Earl, almost. On the 4th night, the power went out. Not just my house. The whole hollow plunged into a thick, starless dark. The wind had been rising all afternoon, howling through the pines like a banshee. Rain lashed the windows. I fumbled for flashlights, cursing. Then, in the sudden, oppressive quiet between gusts, I heard it. From the kitchen, the burring of the landline phone, even unplugged. I stood frozen in the hallway, flashlight beam cutting a shaky path toward the kitchen doorway. The ringing echoed in the powerless dark, impossibly loud. It rang 7 times, 8. On the 9th ring, I crept forward, the beam trembling over the dust motes dancing in the air. The phone sat on its cradle, The cord was still unplugged, dangling free, but the ringer was vibrating visibly against the plastic base. Brrring, brrring. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I backed away slowly, retreating to my bedroom, locking the flimsy door. I sat on the edge of the bed, flashlight pointed at the door, listening to the relentless ringing echo through the powerless house. It stopped abruptly on the 12th ring. Silence crashed back, heavier than before. Then, faintly, from the kitchen came the sound of the dial tone, a steady electronic hum in the dark. It lasted exactly 30 seconds. Then a click, and Sarah's voice transmitted through the unplugged receiver, clear as ice water in the silence. "Power's out, just like that night. The night I walked down to the pond." Mark wasn't answering his phone either. He was gone. They all were gone. Family, friends, just gone. Left me with this house, this silence. Her voice hitched, a wet, ragged sound. I thought if I left my boots on the bank, maybe they'd come back for them. Maybe they'd come back for me. But the water was so cold, so quiet. It pulled me down and down and down. And it listened. It listened to all the words I never said to Mark. All the words I never said to anyone. A long pause, filled with static, that sounded like bubbles rising through deep water. You have words like that, too. I hear them in your breathing when you sleep, in the way you stare at the pond. You think this house is a refuge? It's a grave. My grave. And graves, they fill up. The dial tone returned, harsh and final. Psst. Then silence. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in the dark until dawn bled gray light through the window. The power was still out. The phone sat silent on the counter. I packed a small bag with essentials, my wallet, the prepaid phone, my mother's locket. I was leaving. Right then. I'd sleep in my car at a motel 20 miles away. But as I walked to the front door, keys in hand, I saw them. On the linoleum floor of the hallway, leading from the kitchen toward the back door that opened onto the slope down to the pond. Footprints. Not dirt, not mud. Water. Small bare footprints glistening faintly in the dawn light. They started at the kitchen doorway where the phone hung and trailed across the floor, disappearing under the back door. Each print was perfectly formed, the arch, the toes, the heel, and they were warm to the touch when I knelt, trembling, to feel one, like skin. I locked the back door. I barricaded it with a heavy armchair. I went back to the kitchen, staring at the unplugged phone. It was a conduit, a tether, and it was hungry. That afternoon, with the power still out and the rain still falling in sheets, I drove back to Mrs. Gable's house. I needed answers. I needed to know about Mark, about what Sarah saw at the pond. Mrs. Gable let me in, her face grim when she saw my pale, rain-streaked face. She made tea in a chipped pot, the steam fogging her glasses. "Knew you'd be back," she said softly, stirring honey into my cup with a shaky hand. "That house, it don't let go easy. Sarah wasn't right after Mark left. Summer before it happened. He was her cousin, you know. Lived with her after his divorce. Quiet man. Worked nights at the mill. Then he just up and vanished. No note. Took his truck, left his boots by the door." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves. "Sarah started going down to the pond every evening, talking to herself. Said she saw lights under the water, shapes moving. Said the pond was calling to her, telling her secrets." Mrs. Gable leaned forward, lowering her voice. They found Mark's truck a week after abandoned on Route 9, keys in the ignition, his wallet on the seat, no sign of him. Just like Sarah's boots, just waiting. She looked at me, her eyes sharp. That pond, it's old, older than this town. Folks say it's got a memory. It holds things, people, words, especially the ones spoken in the dark, in the quiet. Sarah's voice, it wasn't just on the phone. That line runs right past the old septic drain field down near the pond's edge. The wires are soaked through, rotted. Maybe the water got into the lines. Maybe it carried her voice up. She reached out, her hand covering mine. You gotta break the connection, child. Not just the phone, the silence between you and your grief. That's what it's feeding on. It's not Sarah, not really. It's the thing in the pond wherein her voice, it wants your quiet places. Her words echoed in my head all the way back. Break the connection. I parked in the driveway, the rain finally easing to a drizzle. The house looked darker, hunched. I walked around to the back, ignoring the boarded-up door. The slope down to Blackwater Pond was slick with mud. I picked my way carefully, weeds grabbing at my jeans. The pond was a sheet of oily black glass, the surface broken only by the occasional drip from the overhanging branches. The air smelled thickly of decay and wet stone. At the water's edge, half buried in the mud, was a single waterlogged work boot. Mark's boot? Sarah's? I didn't touch it. I just stood there, the locket cold against my chest, finally whispering the words I'd carried for months, the words I'd run from. I'm sorry, Mom. I should have been there. I was scared of the quiet in that room, scared of watching you fade. I ran all the way here. The words felt raw, exposed. The pond's surface rippled, though there was no wind. That night, the phone didn't ring. The silence was profound, almost peaceful. I almost believed it was over. I plugged in a lamp. The sudden light harsh in the living room. I was sketching, trying to lose myself in lines and angles, when the prepaid cell phone on the table buzzed. Unknown number. My blood froze. I shouldn't answer, but my thumb swiped the screen before I could stop it. Hello? My voice was a whisper, static. Then Sarah's voice, but distorted, underwater, gurgling with each word. You went to the pond. You spoke. It heard you. A wet, sucking sound filled the line. It's hungry for your words now, hungrier than for mine. It wants the weight you carry, the quiet inside you. It wants to fill you. Her voice sharpened, cutting through the static. Look behind you. I spun around, flashlight beam slashing through the dim room. Nothing, just the empty armchair, the rain-streaked window. I breathed out, shaky with relief. You're not real, I whispered into the phone. You're just static, just water in the wires. A low, bubbling laugh came through the line. Water in the wires? No. Water in the ground. Water in the bones. I'm not in the phone, Alara. She used my name. No one here knew my name. I'm in the silence between the rings, in the hollow where your grief lives. Mark tried to run too. He got in his truck, drove until the gas ran out. But the silence followed him. It always follows. Her voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to come from the room itself, not the phone. You unplugged the phone, but you didn't unplug the house. You didn't unplug the pond. You're standing in my grave, and graves, they take what's left behind. The line went dead. The dial tone on the old landline phone across the room suddenly blared to life, loud and shrill in the silent house. I dropped the cell phone. It clattered on the floor. The landline kept ringing, that harsh electronic shriek tearing through the night. I backed away toward the front door, fumbling for my keys. As I turned the knob, the ringing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, too absolute. No wind, no rain, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then from the hallway behind me came the soft, wet squelch of bare feet on linoleum, slow, deliberate, getting closer. I didn't look back. I yanked the front door open and ran. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, my car keys digging into my palm. I drove through the night, stopping only at a 24-hour diner 50 miles away, gulping bad coffee under fluorescent lights, the prepaid phone silent in my pocket. I called Brenda the next morning from a payphone. My voice was steady, cold. "I'm leaving today. Send someone for the keys." I didn't explain. I didn't need to. Her silence was answer enough. I packed my car in record time, throwing clothes and sketchbooks into boxes without care. I avoided the hallway, avoided the kitchen. As I slammed the trunk shut, I saw it, taped to the driver's side window. A single sheet of paper soaked through with rain, the ink blurred but still legible, handwritten. Sarah's handwriting, I'd know it anywhere from the ledgers Mrs. Gable showed me later. It read, "I know why you really moved here. The quiet was too loud, wasn't it? Don't worry, the pond is quiet too. It'll hold your silence. It'll hold you." I tore the paper off, crumpling it in my fist. I got in the car, engine roaring to life. As I drove down the weedy driveway for the last time, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was a hunched shadow against the gray sky. In the kitchen window, backlit by the weak morning sun, stood a figure, tall, thin, dripping wet, one hand pressed against the glass. The other held a telephone receiver to its ear. It didn't wave. It just watched me go, the cord dangling uselessly from the empty socket on the wall below it. I never went back. I never filed a forwarding address. Months later, a letter arrived at my new apartment in the city, postmarked Cedar Hollow. No return address. Inside was a single water-stained photograph. It showed the overgrown backyard of the mustard-colored house, the slope down to Blackwater Pond. In the murky water near the bank, barely visible beneath the surface, were 2 pairs of boots standing upright in the mud, laces neatly tied. And resting on the muddy shore beside them, glistening wetly in the sun, was my mother's silver locket, the one I'd buried with her. I threw the photo away. I changed my number. I deleted the prepaid phone. But sometimes, late at night, when the city's noise fades and the silence presses in, the deep, listening silence I once craved, I hear it. Faint at first, then clearer, the dial tone, blast. And beneath it, the soft, wet sound of footsteps walking slowly across a linoleum floor, coming closer, always closer, waiting for me to whisper, waiting to fill the quiet. The line never really goes dead. It just holds its breath and listens. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The attic door that opens only when someone stops breathing. The house on Sycamore Lane did not look like a place where secrets were kept. It looked like a place where secrets went to die, buried under layers of peeling beige paint and overgrown ivy that choked the front porch like a green leafy hand. I had found a listing by accident, scrolling through an obscure real estate forum late one night when sleep was impossible. The ad was text only, no photos, just a stark description. Historic Victorian home available for immediate occupancy. Caretaker position included. Rent is nominal. Requirement: must be comfortable with silence and old architecture. No pets, no visitors. The contact email was a string of numbers that led to an automated reply with a key code for a lockbox on the side gate. There was no interview, no background check, no meeting with the landlord. In my current state of mind, frayed by months of insomnia and the relentless grinding noise of city life, it felt like a miracle, or perhaps a trap. But I was too tired to care about the difference. I packed my car with nothing but clothes, my laptop, a few books, and a sense of desperate hope that isolation might finally quiet the static in my head. The drive out to Sycamore Lane took me 3 hours further than I expected, winding through roads that grew narrower and more neglected as the miles ticked by. The trees closed in, forming a tunnel of branches that blocked out the setting sun, plunging the world into an early gray twilight. When the house finally came into view, it sat alone at the end of a cul-de-sac that hadn't been paved in decades. The gravel crunched loudly under my tires, the sound echoing off the empty fields surrounding the property. The house itself was imposing, a 3-story monstrosity of gingerbread trim and dark windows that seemed to watch my approach with a kind of weary judgment. It smelled of wet earth and decaying leaves even before I stepped out of the car. I grabbed my bags, the air cool and damp against my skin, and walked up the creaking steps to the front door. The key from the lockbox turned with a heavy, greasy click, and the door swung open to reveal a hallway swallowed by shadows. Inside, the silence was immediate and absolute. It wasn't just the absence of noise, it was a physical weight pressing against my eardrums, thick and suffocating. The air smelled of lavender and dust, a strange combination that suggested someone had tried to mask the scent of age with flowers long ago, only to give up halfway through. I flicked the light switch by the door, but nothing happened. The power was either cut or non-functional. I pulled a flashlight from my bag, the beam cutting a shaky path through the gloom. The foyer was vast, dominated by a sweeping staircase that curved upward into darkness. The walls were lined with framed photographs, but the glass was so clouded with grime that the faces within were indistinguishable blurs. Dust motes danced in the beam of my light, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, like tiny galaxies spinning in the stagnant air. I explored the ground floor first, my footsteps echoing loudly on the hardwood floors. The living room was furnished with heavy, draped furniture that looked like it hadn't been sat in for 50 years. A fireplace dominated one wall, filled with cold ash and blackened logs. The kitchen was similarly preserved in time, with jars of unidentifiable preserves lining the shelves and a layer of gray dust coating every surface. There was no food, no utilities, nothing to suggest anyone had lived here recently. Yet the house didn't feel abandoned. It felt waiting. It felt like a held breath. I found a note on the kitchen counter, written on yellowed paper in a spidery, elegant handwriting. Welcome. Your room is on the 2nd floor, left side. The 3rd floor is the attic. Do not go to the attic. The door is locked for your safety. Remember, silence is golden, but breathing is necessary. The note was unsigned. I read it twice. a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. Do not go to the attic. It was a classic horror trope, the kind of warning that existed solely to be ignored. But there was something in the tone of the note, a genuine urgency that made my stomach tighten. I crumpled the paper and shoved it into my pocket, telling myself it was just the eccentricity of an old landlord trying to protect their property from liability. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, the wood groaning under my weight. The hallway upstairs was narrower, lined with more of those clouded photographs. My room was the first on the left, just as the note said. It was sparse but clean, containing a iron frame bed, a wooden dresser, and a small desk by the window. The window looked out over the overgrown backyard where the trees swayed gently in a wind I couldn't feel. I dropped my bags and immediately set about making the space habitable. I aired out the blankets, wiped down the surfaces with wet wipes I'd brought, and set up my laptop on the desk. As I worked, the silence of the house continued to press in on me. It was different from the city's silence. City silence was full of distant hums, traffic, neighbors. This silence was pure. It was the silence of a tomb. And yet, beneath it, I thought I could hear something else. A faint, rhythmic sound, like the ticking of a clock, but slower. Thump, pause, thump, pause. I stopped typing and listened. The sound seemed to be coming from above me, from the third floor, the attic. I told myself it was the house settling. Old houses made noises, pipes expanded, wood contracted, rats scurried in the walls. It was rational, it was logical, but the sound persisted, a slow, steady rhythm that seemed to sync with the beating of my own heart. I decided to ignore it. I had come here to work, to write, to find peace. I wasn't going to let the creaks of an old building drive me mad on the first night. I made a simple dinner on a camping stove I had brought, ate quietly at the desk, and then prepared for bed. The darkness in the room was profound, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the thin curtains. I lay in the bed, pulling the heavy quilt up to my chin, and closed my eyes. Sleep, however, did not come easily. The silence was too loud. Every small sound, the rustle of the sheets, the intake of my own breath, seemed amplified to an unbearable degree, and above it all, that rhythmic thumping continued. Thump, pause, thump, pause. It was slower now, deliberate. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up with a start. The room was freezing, my breath visible in the air. The thumping sound had stopped. In its place was a new sound, a soft, scraping noise, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It was coming from directly above my head. From the attic. I lay still, my heart hammering against my ribs, straining to listen. The scraping stopped. Then a voice. It was faint, whispery, barely audible over the wind outside. "Open," it whispered. "Let me out." I froze, my blood turning to ice. It wasn't a hallucination. The voice was clear, distinct, and filled with a desperate longing. I sat up slowly, grabbing my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the ceiling. There was a square outline in the plaster, a pulled-down attic hatch. It was closed, latched tight. The voice came again, louder this time, urgent. "Please, I can't breathe. Open the door." My instinct screamed at me to stay put, to follow the warning in the note. Do not go to the attic. But the voice sounded so human, so terrified, that my compassion overrode my fear. Who was up there? Was someone trapped? Had the previous caretaker left someone behind? I couldn't just lie there and listen to someone suffer. I threw off the covers and stood up, the floorboards cold under my bare feet. I grabbed the chair from the desk and dragged it under the hatch. Climbing up, I reached for the latch. It was rusted shut, resistant to my pull. "I'm coming," I called out, my voice trembling. "Hold on." I put my shoulder against the hatch and heaved. With the sickening crunch of breaking wood, the latch gave way, and the hatch swung down, revealing a ladder leading up into pitch blackness. A gust of cold, stale air rushed down, smelling of mold and something metallic, like old copper. "Hello?" I called up into the darkness. "Is someone there?" There was no answer, just the silence, heavier than before. I clicked on my flashlight and began to climb the ladder. The attic was a vast, cavernous space filled with the skeletons of forgotten furniture draped in white sheets that looked like ghosts in the beam of my light. Boxes were stacked high, creating narrow corridors of shadow. I swept the light around, looking for the source of the voice. "Where are you?" I whispered. The beam landed on a door at the far end of the attic. It was a solid oak door, unlike the flimsy interior doors downstairs, reinforced with iron bands and a heavy, intricate lock. It looked out of place, like something from a dungeon inserted into a residential home. And it was vibrating, faintly but unmistakably, as if something on the other side was pounding against it. I walked toward the door, my footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust on the floor. The closer I got, the colder it became. My breath plumed in front of me, thick and white. The voice started again, but this time it wasn't whispering. It was screaming, a silent telepathic scream that resonated in my skull. "Open it! Open the door!" I reached out, my hand shaking, and touched the handle. It was ice cold, burning my skin with its chill. I tried to turn it, but it wouldn't budge. The lock was complex, a mechanism of gears and tumblers that looked ancient. "I can't!" I shouted. "It's locked. How do I open it?" The screaming in my head intensified, a cacophony of pain and desperation. Then, suddenly, it stopped. Absolute silence returned. The vibration in the door ceased. The cold receded slightly. I stood there, confused, waiting for something to happen. Nothing. The door remained shut, impenetrable. Frustrated and frightened, I climbed back down the ladder, pulled the hatch closed, and returned to my bed. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening. The thumping didn't return. The scraping didn't return. The voice was gone. But the feeling of being watched remained, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that refused to fade. When morning finally broke, casting a pale gray light through the window, I felt exhausted, but determined to solve the mystery. I couldn't live in a house with a locked room and a screaming voice. I needed answers. I went downstairs to explore the rest of the house, hoping to find a key or some documentation that explained the attic. I searched every drawer, every cupboard, every nook and cranny. I found old newspapers dated from the 1920s, letters written in fading ink, photographs of a family that looked progressively more haggard in each successive picture. But no key, no mention of the attic door. In the library, a small room off the main hall, I found a journal lying on the desk. It was leather-bound, the cover cracked and worn. I opened it to the first page. The date was October 14th, 1923. The handwriting was the same as the note in the kitchen. Day 1 The house is quiet. Too quiet. The architect said it was designed to keep things out, but I fear it was designed to keep things in. The attic door is sealed. He told me never to open it unless the breathing stops. What does that mean? Who's breathing? I flipped through the pages, reading entries that spanned several months. The writer, a man named Elias Thorne, documented his growing paranoia. He wrote about hearing sounds in the attic, about seeing shadows move in the corners of his eyes, about the feeling that the house was alive, watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. Day 45. The sounds are louder tonight. It sounds like weeping. I want to help them, but the rule is absolute. Do not open the door unless the breathing stops. But whose breathing? Mine? Theirs? If I stop breathing, will the door open? Or if they stop breathing, will it open? The ambiguity is torture. The entries became more frantic, the handwriting deteriorating into jagged scribbles. Day 60. I understand now. It's a test. The house feeds on fear, but it opens for death. The door is a gateway, but it requires a sacrifice of life force to unlock. Not my death, not theirs. A momentary cessation, a pause in the rhythm of life. If I can hold my breath long enough, maybe I can trick it. Maybe I can slip through the crack while the universe holds its breath. The final entry was dated November 2nd, 1923. It was just one sentence, written in a shaky, barely legible hand. It worked, but I wish it hadn't. And then, nothing. The journal ended abruptly. I closed the book, my hands trembling. Elias Thorne had figured it out. The door opened only when someone stopped breathing. But what had he seen on the other side that made him regret it? And was he still up there? I spent the day pacing the house, the journal clutched in my hand. The logic of it was absurd, supernatural, impossible. And yet the evidence was undeniable. The voice, the cold, the vibration, the journal, everything pointed to the same conclusion. The attic door was a barrier between worlds, or perhaps between states of being, and the key was the absence of life, however brief. I knew I shouldn't do it. I knew it was dangerous, possibly fatal. But the curiosity was a gnawing worm in my gut, eating away at my reason. I had to know. I had to see what was behind that door. If Elias had done it and survived to write the final entry, then maybe I could too. Maybe I could find whatever was trapped up there and help it or destroy it or simply understand it. The alternative was living in this house forever, listening to the silence, wondering what lay above. As evening approached, the house grew colder again. The shadows lengthened, stretching across the floor like grasping fingers. I made my decision. I would go up to the attic. I would stand before the door, and I would hold my breath. I gathered my things, the flashlight, the journal, a bottle of water, and a sense of grim determination. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, then up the ladder to the attic. The air up here was stifling, thick with the smell of decay. I walked to the oak door, standing before it just as I had the night before. It loomed in the darkness, the iron bands gleaming dully in the flashlight beam. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the stale air. "Okay," I whispered to myself. "Here goes nothing." I closed my eyes and exhaled slowly, emptying my lungs completely. Then I held it. I counted in my head. 1, 2, 3. The silence in the attic was absolute. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, the pounding of my own heart. 4, 5, 6. My chest began to burn, the urge to breathe becoming overwhelming. 7, 8, 9. My vision started to spot, dark circles encroaching on the edges of my sight. 10, 11, 12. I felt lightheaded, dizzy. The pressure in my head was immense. 13, 14, 15. I was reaching my limit. I knew I had to breathe soon or I would pass out. 16, 17. And then I heard it, a click, a mechanical sound, loud and sharp in the silence. The lock on the door was turning. Gears ground together, the sound of metal sliding against metal. 18, 19. The handle began to turn on its own, rotating slowly, silently. 20. I couldn't hold it any longer. I gasped, sucking in a huge lungful of air. The moment I inhaled, the clicking stopped. The handle froze. The door remained closed. I leaned against the wall, coughing, my heart racing. It worked. The mechanism responded to the cessation of breath. But I had breathed too soon. I had broken the connection. I waited for my heart rate to slow, for the dizziness to pass. Then I tried again. Exhale, hold, 1, 2, 3. The silence returned. 4, 5, 6. The air felt thinner, heavier. 7, 8, 9. My lungs screamed for oxygen. 10, 11, 12. Click. The lock turned again. 13, 14, 15. The handle began to rotate. 16, 17, 18. The door creaked just a fraction of an inch. A sliver of darkness appeared behind it, darker than the surrounding shadows. 19, 20. I was seeing stars now. My knees buckled. I had to breathe. I inhaled sharply. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the floorboards. The lock clicked back into place. I sat on the dusty floor, panting, sweat pouring down my face. It was real. The door opened when I stopped breathing, but it closed the moment I started again. It was a catch-22. To see inside, I had to be dead or close to it. And if I was dead or close to it, I couldn't come back to tell the tale unless I could hold my breath long enough to slip inside, to cross the threshold, and then breathe once I was on the other side. It was a terrifying gamble. If I passed out before crossing, I would be left here unconscious, at the mercy of whatever was in the house. If I crossed and couldn't breathe on the other side, I would die instantly. But the journal said Elias had done it. It worked, but I wish it hadn't. He had survived. So could I. I stood up, steadying myself against the wall. I prepared myself mentally, visualizing the sequence. Exhale, hold, wait for the click, open the door, step through, breathe. It had to be fast, precise. I took a few deep breaths to oxygenate my blood, preparing for the ordeal. Then I exhaled fully and held it. 1, 2, 3. The silence descended. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Click. The lock turned. 13, 14, 15. The handle rotated. 16, 17, 18. The door swung inward, revealing a void of pure, absolute blackness. It wasn't just dark. It was the absence of light, a hole in reality. 19, 20. My legs felt like jelly. My vision was tunneling. I took a step forward, crossing the threshold. The air on the other side was different. Cold, yes, but also charged. Electric. 21, 22. I was fully inside now. The door began to swing shut behind me. 23, 24. I had to breathe now. I opened my mouth and inhaled. The air that rushed into my lungs was not air. It was liquid, thick and heavy, tasting of ash and sorrow. I choked, stumbling forward into the darkness. But I didn't fall. The floor beneath my feet was solid, though it felt spongy, like moss. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, revealing a space that defied logic. It was not an attic. It was a landscape, a vast, desolate plain under a sky of swirling gray clouds. Trees made of twisted wire stretched toward the horizon, their branches bare and jagged. In the distance I saw structures, ruins of buildings that looked like distorted versions of houses I knew. And everywhere there were people, or rather, figures. They stood motionless, scattered across the plain, facing away from me. They were dressed in clothes from different eras, some in rags, some in fine suits, some in dresses. They were all perfectly still, not breathing. I walked forward, my boots sinking slightly into the spongy ground. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded flat, devoid of echo, as if the air absorbed sound instantly. None of the figures moved. I approached the nearest one, a woman in a Victorian dress. I touched her shoulder. She was cold, hard as stone. I walked around to face her. Her eyes were open, staring blankly ahead, but there was no life in them. No pupil reaction, no breath fogging in the cold air. She was a statue, a memory frozen in time. I moved to the next figure, a man in a soldier's uniform from the First World War. Same thing, stone still, unbreathing. I realized then what this place was. It was a repository, a graveyard of moments. These weren't ghosts. They were people who had stopped breathing, captured in the instant of their death, preserved here in this limbo. And the door was the gateway that allowed the living to visit, but only by mimicking death. I wandered deeper into the landscape, a growing sense of horror washing over me. This wasn't just a collection of the dead. It was a prison. They were trapped here, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to leave, because they had stopped breathing, and the only way to enter was to stop breathing too. Was I trapped now? I checked my own body. I was breathing. I could feel the rise and fall of my chest. I was alive, but how would I get out? The door was behind me somewhere in the darkness. I turned to look for it, but the landscape had shifted. The door was gone. Panic surged through me. I spun around, shining the flashlight in every direction. Nothing but the wired trees and the stone figures. "Elias!" I shouted. "Elias Thorne, are you here?" No answer, just the silence. Then I saw movement. Far off in the distance, one of the figures was moving. It was turning toward me. I ran toward it, hope flaring in my chest. As I got closer, I saw that it was a man, older, with gray hair and a beard. He was wearing the same clothes described in the journal. Elias. He looked at me, his eyes filled with an infinite sadness. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his voice sounding like dry leaves rustling together. "I told you. I wished it hadn't worked." "How do I get out?" I demanded, grabbing his arm. It was warm, flesh and blood. "I need to go back. I'm not ready to stay." Elias shook his head slowly. "You can't go back the same way. The door only opens when you stop breathing. To leave, you must die again. But if you die here, you become one of them." He gestured to the field of statues. "You become part of the collection, forever still, forever silent." "So what do I do?" I cried, tears streaming down my face. "How do I escape?" Elias looked at me with pity. "There is only one way. You must find someone else, someone living, someone who can open the door from the other side. You have to wait until someone else comes to the house, someone who hears the voice, someone who holds their breath, and when they open the door, you must push them out and take their place. It is the only exchange, life for life, breath for breath. I stared at him horrified. You mean I have to trap someone else here, kill someone else to save myself? Elias nodded sadly. That is the price of the attic. That is the curse of the house. I have been waiting for 50 years for someone to come, waiting for the chance to leave. And now that you are here, I am so sorry. He reached out, his hand gripping my shoulder with surprising strength. But I am tired, so very tired. It is your turn to wait. I struggled against him, trying to pull away, but he was stronger than he looked. He dragged me toward a patch of empty ground, forcing me to stand still. No, I screamed. Please, don't do this. I have a life. I have people. We all did, Elias whispered. Now we are just memories. Stand still. Stop breathing. It will be easier if you don't fight it. I fought with everything I had, kicking, punching, screaming, but the landscape seemed to conspire against me. The ground grabbed at my feet, holding me in place. The air grew thicker, harder to inhale. Elias's face was close to mine, his eyes hollow. Shh, he soothed. Just let go. Stop breathing. Join us. I felt my lungs burning, the urge to gasp becoming uncontrollable, but I couldn't. Something was preventing me from inhaling. A pressure on my chest. Invisible hands squeezing the air out of me. No, I gagged, my vision blurring. I won't. Stop. But my body was betraying me. My diaphragm spasmed, then stilled. My heart slowed. The world began to fade, the colors draining away into gray. I saw Elias smiling, a look of relief on his face. Thank you, he whispered, and then he stepped back. He turned and walked away, fading into the mist, leaving me standing alone in the field of statues. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my muscles were locked. I was becoming one of them, a monument to a moment of death. The last thing I saw was the gray sky swirling above, and the last thing I felt was the terrible, crushing silence of a world without breath. And then, nothing. No thought, no feeling, no time, just existence, static, eternal, until a sound, a faint rhythmic thumping, thump, pause, thump, pause. It was distant, muffled, as if coming from underwater. Then a voice. Hello? Is someone there? It was a new voice, young, female, curious. I wanted to scream, to warn her, to tell her to run, to never come to the attic, but I had no voice, I had no lungs. I was just a statue in the dark. The voice grew louder. I'm coming up. Hold on. Footsteps on the ladder, the creak of the hatch opening, the smell of fresh air, of life, drifting down into the void. She was here, the next tenant, the next victim, and I was waiting, just like Elias had waited, just like all of us had waited. The beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness, sweeping across the field of statues. It passed over me. For a second, the light lingered on my face. I saw the girl's reflection in my dead eyes. She looked scared, but determined. Oh, God, she whispered, there are so many. She walked closer, her boots crunching on the spongy ground. She stopped in front of me. She reached out a hand, hesitating, then touched my shoulder. Are you real? She asked. I wanted to nod. I wanted to cry. But I was stone. I was silence. I was the attic. And the door was about to close again, sealing her in with us. until the next person came to take her place. The cycle continued. The breathing stopped. The door opened, and the collection grew, one soul at a time, one breath at a time, forever. The girl pulled her hand back, shivering. "I have to get out of here," she muttered. She turned and ran back toward where the door should be. But the door was gone, just like it had been for me. She spun around, panic rising in her voice. "Where is it? Where's the door?" She ran in circles, shining her light frantically. "Help! Someone help me!" Her cries echoed flatly, dying instantly in the thick air. She stopped, panting, her chest heaving. And then she understood. She looked at the field of statues, at the hundreds of frozen faces staring blankly ahead. She saw Elias, far in the distance, watching her. She saw me, standing right in front of her, trapped in my eternal scream. Realization dawned on her face, horror replacing curiosity. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." She fell to her knees, sobbing. "I just wanted silence. I just wanted peace." But there is no peace in the attic. There is only the waiting for the next breath to stop, the waiting for the next door to open, the waiting for the next soul to join the choir of the silent. I watched her, my internal consciousness screaming while my external form remained still. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be okay, that maybe there was another way, but there wasn't. The rules of the house were absolute. The attic door that opens only when someone stops breathing is not a puzzle to be solved. It is a trap to be sprung, and we were all caught in it, suspended in the moment between life and death, forever holding our breath. The girl stood up, wiping her tears. She looked at me one last time, her eyes filled with a terrible resignation. "I'm sorry," she whispered to me, to us. Then she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out. She held it, waiting for the door, waiting for the end, waiting to become one of us. And the silence of the attic welcomed her home. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. I took a job as a cemetery night guard. The graves are getting shallower. They don't advertise it, but desperation has a way of making folks overlook the red flags. The pay was barely above minimum wage. The hours were brutal. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. 7 nights a week. And the location was Old St. Maro's Cemetery on the city's neglected outskirts. But it was a job. After the warehouse layoff, after the eviction notice, after the last of my savings vanished into the gaping maw of overdue bills. Cemetery night guard, immediate start, apply in person, seemed less like a warning and more like a lifeline. The woman who hired me, Mrs. Gable, her name tag said E. Gable, but everyone called her Mrs. Gable, even though she wore no wedding ring and had eyes like chips of flint, barely looked up from her ledger. "Rules are simple," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves scraping concrete. "Walk the perimeter every hour on the hour. Check the mausoleum locks. Report any vandalism or disturbances to the caretaker's cottage first thing at shift end. Don't go near the old willow plot. Don't touch the headstones, and for God's sake, don't fall asleep. St. Maro's doesn't like sleepy guards." She slid a heavy ring of keys across the desk, cold iron, worn smooth, and a flashlight that felt like it weighed 10 pounds. "Your first shift starts tonight. Don't be late." She turned back to her ledger, already dismissing me. The air in her cramped office smelled of dust, mildew, and something faintly sweet, like decaying flowers left too long in water. St. Maro's at night was a different world. The city's distant hum faded to a whisper, replaced by the sigh of wind through ancient oaks and the rustle of dry leaves skittering across cracked asphalt paths. The moon, when it wasn't hidden by clouds, cast long, distorted shadows that made the leaning headstones look like crooked teeth in a vast, sleeping jaw. The air was always damp, carrying the rich, loamy scent of earth and stone, but underneath it, especially near the older sections, was that same cloying sweetness, the smell of deep time and slow decay. My first few nights were tense, jumpier than I cared to admit. Every rustle in the undergrowth was a skulking vandal. Every creak of a branch was a footstep. But St. Maro's was quiet, too quiet. The only living things seemed to be the fat, watchful crows that perched on the highest monuments at dusk, and the occasional scuttling raccoon. The real unease came from the stillness. It wasn't peaceful. It felt waiting. The flashlight beam cut a feeble swath through the gloom as I made my rounds. I'd pass row upon row of identical newer headstones near the front gates, neat, impersonal slabs of granite. But my route took me deeper, into the older sections where the graves were marked by weathered slate, crumbling marble angels with mossy wings, and obelisks scarred by centuries of weather. That's where I first noticed it. Not on the first night, not even the second. It was subtle, easily dismissed as trick of the light or uneven ground. A depression around the base of a headstone, not the usual settling, but a distinct hollowing, as if the earth directly over the burial plot had sunk slightly inward. I knelt, shining the beam. The grass was thinner there, the soil darker, damper. It looked disturbed, like something had been clawing upwards from below. I shook my head. Animal burrow, maybe. A badger or fox digging for grubs. Easy enough to explain. I moved on, but it wasn't just one grave. Over the next week, I started noticing it more, always in the older sections, always the same. A slight, unnatural depression centered perfectly over the burial plot, the earth soft and dark, the surrounding grass seeming to shy away from the spot. The depressions were shallow, barely noticeable unless you were looking for them, but their consistency was unnerving. I mentioned it to Mrs. Gable during my shift-end report. She didn't look up from her ledger. "Ground settles," she muttered. "Old burials, shallow graves back then. Water table shifts. Nothing for you to fret over. Just keep walking." Her dismissal was too quick, too practiced. She knew. She just didn't want to talk about it. Then came the rain. 2 nights of relentless cold downpour that turned the paths to mud and filled the gutters. When the rain finally stopped on the 3rd night, the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and that persistent cloying sweetness. My boots sank into the sodden ground as I started my first perimeter check. And that's when I saw it. Near the edge of the oldest section, the Weeping Angels plot marked by 2 crumbling marble figures with faces worn smooth by time, a grave was open, not vandalized, not dug up by looters. The earth over it had simply receded, slumped away, leaving a dark, gaping maw about 2 feet wide and maybe 18 inches deep, exposing the waterlogged, splintered top of a cheap pine coffin. The rainwater pooled in the bottom of the hole, reflecting the weak beam of my flashlight like black oil. My stomach heaved. I fumbled for my radio, my fingers numb with cold and shock. Mrs. Gable, come in. We have a breach. In the Weeping Angel's plot, a coffin's exposed." Static crackled back. Then her voice, tight, strained. "Don't touch it, boy. Don't you dare touch it. Stay right where you are. I'm coming." She arrived 10 minutes later, bundled in a heavy oilskin coat, her face pale even in the dark. She didn't approach the hole. She stood several feet back, shining her own powerful beam into the opening. Her breath plumed in the cold air, but she wasn't looking at the coffin. She was looking at the sides of the hole. The earth walls weren't vertical. They were sloped. Smoothly, unnaturally sloped, as if the soil had simply melted away or been pulled down from below. "Ground saturation," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Just ground saturation. Fill it back in tomorrow. Use the loose dirt nearby." She turned abruptly, her coat flapping. "And you didn't see this, understand? You saw nothing." Before I could protest, she was striding back towards the caretaker's cottage, her figure swallowed by the mist rising from the wet grass. Filling it back in felt wrong, profane, like I was shoveling dirt onto something that was trying to get out. The loose earth I piled over the exposed coffin felt unnaturally light, almost powdery, and it seemed to sink into the hole with an alarming eagerness, as if the grave was drinking it. The next night I checked the spot. The depression was back, deeper. The coffin lid was fully exposed now, dark and slick with moisture, and beside it, gouged into the soft earth of the path, was a mark. Not an animal track. It looked like fingers, long, thin, dragging marks, as if something had clawed its way partway out of the grave and then been pulled back under. My blood turned to ice. I didn't report it. Mrs. Gable's warning echoed in my head. "You saw nothing." The shallowing accelerated. It wasn't just isolated graves anymore. Entire sections, particularly the oldest, pre-1900 burials, were developing these depressions. The ground felt unstable underfoot, spongy in places. One night, walking past a row of Victorian-era headstones with intricate carvings of weeping willows, I heard a sound, a soft, wet squelching, like mud being sucked underfoot. But I wasn't walking on mud. I was on the path. I froze, shining my light down. The path itself was dry. The sound came from beneath, the graves to my left, a rhythmic, sucking sound. Squelch, pause, squelch, pause. Like something breathing deep underground or feeding. The cloying sweetness in the air intensified, thick enough to taste, coating the back of my throat. I ran my next 3 circuits, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I started researching. During my days off, I haunted the city archives, digging through microfiche records of St. Maro's, burial logs, old newspaper clippings. The cemetery was consecrated in 1783. The oldest section, the one where the shallowing was worst, was known as the Poor Ground, or the Stranger's Plot. Unmarked graves, paupers, prisoners, victims of the cholera epidemics in the 1830s and 1850s. People buried quickly, shallowly, in mass trenches or flimsy coffins if they had coffins at all. Records were spotty, but one entry, dated October 1854, chilled me. Burial of 47 souls from the fever hospital. Ground saturated, graves shallow. May God have mercy. Shallow graves, saturated ground, and something else, a fragment from a yellowed newspaper. Strange disturbances reported at St. Maro's, earth shifting of its own accord. Old Mrs. Higgins swears she saw hands reaching up from the cholera trench. The article was dismissed as hysteria. But standing in that cemetery night after night, feeling the ground grow soft and hungry beneath my boots, it didn't feel like hysteria. It felt like hunger. The hands started appearing, not fully formed, not reaching for the sky, but emerging. Just fingertips, gray and bloated, breaking the surface of the dark, damp soil in the deepest depressions. They'd be there one night, curled like dead spiders, and gone the next, leaving only a small, wet hole. Once, near dawn, I saw a whole forearm, bone-thin and slick with black earth, lever itself up from a gaping grave near the old stone wall, fingers scrabbling weakly at the air before it sank back down with a wet sigh, pulling the loose soil in after it like quicksand. The smell that rose from that hole wasn't just decay, it was the reek of stagnant water, deep mud, and something profoundly wrong, the scent of earth that had forgotten how to hold the dead. Mrs. Gable stopped denying it. She just looked older, more haggard, her flinty eyes shadowed with a fear she couldn't hide. "They're restless," she admitted one foggy night when I found her standing by the caretaker's cottage, staring out at the oldest section. Her voice was a dry whisper. "The ground, it's forgetting its job. It's not holding them down like it should. The water, the deep water, it's rising. Or maybe it's just hungry too." She wouldn't say more, just clutched her coat tighter and went inside, leaving me alone with the knowledge that the earth itself was failing. Last night was the worst. A thick, freezing fog rolled in off the river, clinging to the ground like a shroud, muffling all sound. The usual cemetery noises, the wind, the distant traffic, were swallowed whole. The silence was absolute, heavy, and watchful. I made my first circuit, the beam of my flashlight barely penetrating 10 feet ahead. The air was frigid, colder than it should have been, and that cloying sweetness was almost overpowering, mixed now with the sharp tang of ozone like before a storm. As I passed the edge of the stranger's plot, I stopped dead. The fog wasn't just lying on the ground, it was rippling, undulating in waves across the surface of the graves, as if something vast and unseen was moving just beneath the soil, stirring the very earth. And the ground, it wasn't just depressed, it was bubbling. Small wet geysers of dark mud spurted silently in several spots, collapsing back into the depressions, leaving glistening, sucking holes. The sound wasn't squelching anymore. It was a low, wet gurgle, a constant, hungry rumble coming from deep below, vibrating up through the soles of my boots. It felt like the cemetery was digesting something, or trying to birth something. I backed away slowly, my breath coming in ragged gasps that plumed white in the unnatural cold. I needed to get to the gatehouse, lock myself inside until dawn. As I turned, my boot slipped, not on mud, but on something soft and yielding beneath the thin layer of grass. I stumbled, catching myself on a headstone. My flashlight beam, swinging wildly, landed on the spot where I had stepped. The grass was torn back, exposed earth, and rising slowly, steadily like a pale, bloated mushroom pushing through soil, was a skull, human, cleaned of flesh, but not by time. It looked wet, slick, as if it had just been dredged from the bottom of a deep, dark lake. Empty eye sockets stared blankly upwards through the swirling fog, jaw slightly agape, and beside it another shape was breaking the surface, a shoulder blade, sharp and white against the black earth. I didn't scream. A strangled whimper escaped my lips as I scrambled backwards, falling onto my hands in the cold mud. The gurgling sound intensified, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The fog swirled thicker, coiling around my legs like cold, wet ropes. I could see more shapes now, indistinct mounds rising in the depressions all around me. Not just hands or skulls, full forms hunched and glistening, pushing upwards through the failing earth. They moved with a terrible wet slowness, like things dredged from the deepest, most forgotten parts of the ocean floor. The smell was overwhelming, a putrid cocktail of decay, deep mud, stagnant water, and that relentless cloying sweetness that clung to the back of my throat, making me gag. I ran, not towards the gatehouse. That was too far through the heart of the rising dead. I ran for the stone wall bordering the cemetery, the one near the old dry creek bed. My boots slipped in the mud, my heart a frantic bird trapped in my chest. I could hear them behind me, not footsteps, the wet, sucking sound of bodies pulling free of the earth, the low guttural gurgle of the ground itself. The fog clung to me, cold and suffocating. I reached the wall, a 10-foot barrier of rough, mossy stone. I scrabbled at the base, finding footholds, hauling myself up with strength born of pure terror. As I pulled myself over the top, my foot caught on something. I looked down. A hand. Not gray and bloated like the others. This one was dark, slick with black mud, the fingers long and ending in broken dirt-caked nails. It was gripping my ankle, pulling with terrifying cold strength. I kicked out wildly, feeling the brittle nails scrape against my boot. With a final desperate heave, I tore free and tumbled over the wall onto the dead leaves of the creek bed on the other side. I didn't stop running until I was 3 blocks away, leaning against a flickering street lamp, gasping for air that tasted clean and free of that awful sweetness. I called Mrs. Gable from a payphone, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form words. "They're out! They're coming out of the ground! The whole stranger's plot!" There was a long silence on the other end. Then her voice, flat, devoid of all hope. "I know, boy, I know. The ground's too shallow. It's been shallow for a long time. They've just been waiting for the water to rise, or for someone to stop believing the ground could hold." She hung up. I haven't gone back. I called in sick. I quit. I don't care about the lost wages. But St. Marrow's is in my blood now. I see the shallowing everywhere. In my dreams, I'm standing on soft earth that gives way beneath my feet, and cold, muddy hands are pulling me down. I hear the gurgle in the silence of my cheap motel room, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can smell it, that cloying sweetness of deep earth and stagnant water, carried on a breeze that shouldn't exist this far from the cemetery. They're out. They're walking. And the ground is forgetting how to keep anyone down, not just the dead, maybe the living too. The graves aren't just getting shallower, they're getting ready for us all. I keep my boots by the bed now, not for walking, for running, but I know, deep in my bones, colder than the St. Marrow mud, that there's nowhere left to run. The earth is hungry, and it remembers how shallow it buried us all. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I rented a house, and the mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. The realtor's name was Mrs. Gable, though everyone in Blackwood called her Graveyard Gable behind her back. She met me on the crumbling front porch of the old Henderson place, her smile tight as a drumhead, eyes skittering away from the boarded-up windows. "Needs work," she admitted, fanning herself with a brochure despite the October chill. "But look at that price. Practically free for this square footage." She jangled a heavy ring of keys, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness of the overgrown yard. "Previous tenant moved out sudden-like, left most everything. Utilities are still active, perfect for a quiet soul like you." Her gaze lingered on my worn suitcase and the duffel bag slung over my shoulder. The entire sum of my life after the divorce settlement left me with nothing but debt and the echoing silence of an empty apartment. The house was cheap, suspiciously cheap, but the realtor's desperation mirrored my own. I signed the lease on the hood of a dusty sedan, the ink smudging under my trembling thumb. She thrust the keys into my palm, cold, heavy iron, and practically fled down the gravel drive before I could ask why the last tenant had abandoned a fully furnished home. The Henderson place wasn't just old, it was consumed. A 3-story Victorian swallowed by kudzu and shadow, its gingerbread trim sagging like rotten teeth, paint peeling in long leathery strips that whispered against the siding in the wind. Inside, the air hung thick and cold, smelling of damp plaster, mouse droppings, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten flowers. Sunlight strained through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing above furniture draped in yellowed sheets. Mrs. Gable hadn't lied about the utilities. The lights flickered on with a reluctant hum, revealing cracked wallpaper, water-stained ceilings, and a pervasive grime that coated every surface. I chose the smallest bedroom on the second floor, a cramped space with a single window overlooking the tangled backyard and a full-length mirror bolted to the closet door. Its glass was tarnished, streaked with age, reflecting the room in a murky, distorted haze. Exhausted, I dropped my bags and collapsed onto the bare mattress, the silence pressing in like a physical weight. Sleep came fast, deep, and dreamless. I woke to the sound of dripping water. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting stripes across the dusty floorboards. I stretched, muscles stiff from the thin mattress, and shuffled toward the bathroom down the hall. The mirror above the chipped porcelain sink was large, framed in tarnished silver. I leaned close, wiping condensation from the glass with my sleeve. My reflection stared back, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, hair a tangled bird's nest. Normal. Tired but normal. I splashed cold water on my face, scrubbed my teeth, and turned to leave. As I reached for the doorknob, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the mirror's periphery. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head back toward the glass. My reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty bathroom behind me, the chipped sink, the peeling wallpaper, the closed toilet lid. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked directly at the glass. Nothing, just a room. I stepped closer, peering intently. Still nothing. My breath fogged the cold surface. I waved my hand in front of the glass. No reflection. Panic fluttered in my chest. I snapped my head away, staring at the water-stained ceiling, and there it was, my reflection, clear as day, staring back at the ceiling, mouth slightly open in shock. I whipped my head back to the mirror. Gone again. Empty room. I tried it again, looked down at my feet in the mirror. Nothing. Glanced away at the wallpaper pattern. There I was, staring at the floral vines. The realization hit me like ice water. The mirrors only showed me when I wasn't looking directly at them. I spent the rest of the morning testing it. The full-length mirror in my bedroom, the small cloudy one above the hallway console table, the grimy pane in the basement laundry room. It was consistent, cruel. If I focused on the glass, it reflected only the empty space behind me. Chairs, walls, doorways. But the moment my eyes shifted, even slightly to the periphery, my own image snapped into place, often caught mid-motion, turning my head, raising a hand, blinking. It wasn't a delay. It was a refusal, a deliberate hiding. My reflection existed only in the space between my direct attention. The rational part of my brain screamed, faulty glass, old silver, and tricks of the light. But the visceral wrongness coiled deep in my gut, colder than the house's persistent chill. I avoided mirrors. I brushed my teeth, staring at the faucet. I combed my hair by feel. I ate breakfast in the shadowed kitchen, turning my chair away from the window's reflective sheen. The silence in the house deepened. It wasn't just quiet, it was listening. Floorboards groaned underfoot with a weight that didn't match my steps. Whispers seemed to seep from the walls, not words, but the dry rustle of dead leaves skittering on stone, and the cold spots, places where the air turned frigid, smelling faintly of wet earth and old pennies, clinging to my skin like grave soil. That night, I tried to ignore it. I read by lamplight in the parlor, the beam cutting a small circle of warmth in the gloom, but the shadows at the edge of the light seemed to pulse. The dripping faucet in the kitchen sounded like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. Drip, drip, drip. I jumped when a floorboard creaked overhead, sharp, sudden, not the usual settling groan. A step right above me, in the empty master bedroom. My book trembled in my hands. I told myself it was the house. Old houses breathe, but the cold spot spread from the hallway, wrapping around my ankles like icy fingers. I fled to my small bedroom, locking the flimsy door, dragging the heavy oak dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, back against the wall, facing away from the closet mirror. My breath came in shallow gasps. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart. Then a new sound, soft, rhythmic, tap, 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 coming from the mirror behind me like fingernails lightly rapping on glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms over my ears. The tapping stopped. The cold spot receded. Dawn found me rigid on the bed, staring at the wallpaper, afraid to turn around. Desperation drove me to the Blackwood Public Library the next day. The building smelled of mildew and forgotten paper. The lone librarian, a bird-like woman named Miss Elara, who squinted at me over thick spectacles. "The Henderson place?" she whispered, glancing around the empty stacks as if afraid of being overheard. "That's the old Silas Thorne house, built 1889. Silas was peculiar, obsessed with optics, mirrors. He built a whole place around them. Rumor was he believed reflections held pieces of the soul, that if you watched a mirror long enough, you could see what the person truly was. She leaned closer, her breath smelling of peppermints. His wife, Clara, vanished in 1912, never found. Police suspected Silas, but no body, no evidence. He died alone in that house in 1923. They say he spent his last years screaming at the mirrors, begging Clara to come back. Miss Alara's voice dropped to a thread. After he died, the new owners, things happened. People saw figures in the glass when no one was there, heard voices, One family moved out after their little girl started talking to the lady in the wall who only comes when I don't look. She pushed a brittle, yellowed newspaper clipping across the desk. The headline read, "Local Asylum Patient Vanishes from Henderson Residence, 1947. The article was brief. Eleanor Vance, 34, committed for hysterical melancholia following her infant son's death, escaped her room at the state asylum. Her trail led to the empty Thorne house, where she was known to have lived as a child. She was never seen again. Her file noted a pathological aversion to mirrors and a belief that her reflection was stealing moments of her life. The blood drained from my face. Eleanor Vance, my mother's maiden name. A coincidence? It had to be. But a cold spot wrapped around my spine as I walked back to the house. That night, I couldn't avoid the mirror. I needed to see a cut on my hand. I stood before the bathroom sink, breathing deep. Just look away. Look at the tiles, the faucet, anything but the glass. I focused on the chipped porcelain edge of the sink, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, pale, sweating. The cut on my palm stark against my skin. I held my hand up, studying the injury in the glass. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. Then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection's head turned, not following my movement, turning away from my hand toward the dark doorway behind the real me. Its eyes, my eyes, widened in terror. It raised a finger to its lips. Shh! I spun around, heart hammering. The doorway was empty, pitch black. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was gone. Only the empty bathroom stared back. But on the fogged glass, written in condensation as if by an invisible finger, were 3 words. "She sees you." I didn't sleep. I sat in the armchair in my bedroom, back to the closet mirror, lamp on, book unread in my lap. The cold spot settled around me like a shroud. The dripping faucet started again. Drip, drip, drip. Then a new sound. From the hallway, soft footsteps, slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. The doorknob rattled gently. I held my breath. The rattling stopped. Silence. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind in the eaves. Eleanor. My mother's name, not mine. Eleanor. The cold spot intensified, pressing against my chest like a hand. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears leaking down my cheeks. It's not real. It's grief. It's the house. It's not real. But the whisper came again, closer now, seeming to come from the mirror behind me. You left me in the glass, Ellie, all those years, watching, waiting, while you lived. My mother had died when I was 10. A car accident. I'd been in the back seat. I'd seen her reflection in the rearview mirror as the truck hit us, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. I'd never told anyone. I'd buried it deep. How could this thing know? Dawn light bled through the window. The cold spot lifted. The whispers faded. But the words on the bathroom mirror remained, now dry and etched into the grime. She sees you. I packed my suitcase with shaking hands. I'd leave now, before nightfall. I dragged my bag down the stairs, past the parlor mirror. I kept my eyes fixed on the front door. But as I passed the hallway console mirror, I caught a flicker in my periphery. I stopped, looked down at the scuffed floorboards. In the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, but not alone. Standing just behind my shoulder, close enough that her breath should have stirred my hair, was a woman. She wore a faded 1940s house dress, her dark hair pulled back severely, her face was gaunt, etched with sorrow, but her eyes, They were my eyes, Eleanor's eyes. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking through me at the front door. Her hand rested lightly on my reflected shoulder, a hand that wasn't there in reality. I dropped my suitcase, spun around. The hallway was empty. I looked back at the mirror, directly at the glass. Nothing, just the empty hallway. I glanced down at my feet. There she was again, still standing behind me. Her lips moved, forming silent words I felt in my bones. Stay. I ran, out the front door, down the weed-choked path, suitcase forgotten on the porch. I didn't stop until I reached the bus station 20 miles away, gulping stale coffee under flickering fluorescent lights. I called my sister, voice raw. I can't go back there. The mirrors, they're wrong. There's something in that house, something that knows Mom's name. She listened quietly, then sighed. Ellie, there's something you never knew. Mom's mother, your grandmother Eleanor Vance, she didn't just die in that house. She was committed. After your Uncle Thomas drowned in the pond behind it when she was supposed to be watching him, she broke. They said she tore the mirrors off the walls, screaming that her reflection was stealing her memories, her time with Thomas. She escaped the asylum and went back to the house. They found her 3 days later, starved, in the attic. But they said all the mirrors were shattered except one, the full-length one in her old bedroom. It was covered in dust. But when they wiped it clean, my sister's voice cracked. Her reflection was still in it, smiling. They had to bury the mirror with her. The bus ride back to Blackwood the next morning was a blur of dread. I had to go back. I had to get my things. I had to face it. The house loomed under a leaden sky, the kudzu seeming to pulse in the wind. The front door hung open, my suitcase still on the porch. Inside, the silence was thick, expectant. The air reeked of damp earth and that coppery tang. I moved quickly, grabbing clothes, toiletries, stuffing them into my suitcase. I avoided every mirror. In the bathroom, I kept my eyes on the faucet while brushing my teeth. In my bedroom, I packed facing the window. I was almost done. One last bag by the front door. I just needed my jacket from the closet under the stairs. It was dark inside the cramped space. I fumbled for the light pull. It didn't work. I used my phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust. My jacket hung on the back of the door. As I reached for it, the beam swept across the small oval mirror nailed to the inside of the closet door. I froze. I hadn't noticed it before. Tarnished, small. I stared directly at it. Nothing. Just the dark closet reflected back. I looked down at my shoes, and there I was, but not alone. Eleanor stood beside my reflection, not behind me. Beside me. Her hand was no longer on my shoulder. It was clasped tightly around my reflected wrist. Her face was calm now, peaceful. Her eyes held mine in the glass, and my reflection's eyes, they weren't mine anymore. They were Eleanor's eyes, filled with a terrible, aching love. Her lips moved in the glass, forming words only my reflection could hear. You're home now. I yanked my hand away, stumbling back out of the closet, slamming the door shut. I grabbed my suitcase and ran for the front door. As I passed the parlor, I couldn't help it. I glanced at the large mirror over the mantelpiece. Not directly, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. In the glass, I saw the empty parlor, but standing in the reflection of the doorway, watching me flee, was Eleanor. She wasn't smiling. She was crying. Silent tears track through the dust on her reflected cheeks. She raised a hand, not to stop me. In farewell, I didn't go back. I never retrieved my suitcase. I live in a small, brightly lit apartment now. No mirrors, only polished metal surfaces I keep covered with cloth. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city sounds fade and the silence presses in, I feel it. A cold spot on the bed beside me, the faint scent of wet earth and old pennies. And if I dare to glance just for a second at the dark window pane across the room, not looking directly, but letting my eyes drift to the periphery, I see her, Eleanor, sitting in the reflection of the armchair by the window, her head tilted, watching me sleep. Her hand rests on the armrest, fingers curled as if still holding my wrist. She doesn't speak, she doesn't move, she just waits. In the space between my direct gaze, in the silence between heartbeats, she is always there, the reflection that refuses to be ignored, the ghost who remembers what I buried. The house didn't steal her soul, it stole her time, and now it's mine. The mirrors are gone, but the glass is everywhere, in phone screens, in storefront windows, in the sheen of a coffee cup. I learned to live with it. I keep my eyes down, I move quickly, but the cold spot is always there, a breath on the neck, a hand on the wrist in the dark glass, waiting for the moment my attention slips, waiting for me to look away, just for a second. Long enough to see her smile, long enough to remember, long enough to finally come home. The Henderson place stands empty again, but the mirrors are clean, and in their depths, 2 pairs of eyes watch the empty rooms, waiting, always waiting, for the door to open, for the light to return, for me to finally turn my head and look.